Hey, hey, it's Thursday. What is up? What is up? What is up? Hey, hey, January 12th of 2023, and here we are, just you and me. Grab your coffee, grab your tea, whatever that may be. Come on in, have a seat, and talk with me. Still doing it, folks. Still doing it. Oh, it didn't know it. How about that one? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It is time for the True Crime Cafe with the Dago. We can do this, folks. Lots to talk about. Lots to talk about. Of course, we got updates in Idaho and it's some new stuff, folks. Great to be here. Great to have you here. Hello, 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 and welcome. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining me. Welcome, meatballs. It's great to have you all here in the sauce with me and everybody else. Thank you so much for joining me today. Great to be here on this lovely, miserable Thursday, rainy. The rain. I'm sick of the rain. I'm so sick of the rain, guys. I'm sick of it. See who we got in the house. Who's in the house? Stranger than fiction. What's happening, my brother? Good to see you. Always a pleasure to have a life loving true crime. Thanks for joining us, my dear. Our little brother, strike first, strike hard. How are you, friend? Good to see you, my friend. Mama Bear, always a pleasure to have you here, my dear. Thank you so much. Faux Popper, what's up, bro? How you doing today? Let me see. On the mic, what's up, bro? Good to see you. Hey, we got some testosterone going on in here today, guys. This is a good thing. What's up? What's up? What's up? Mid. Oh, well, maybe. Nope. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. I hope you're feeling better today, my dear. Most definitely. Let's see. I think that's it for now. Let's give it some time and we'll see some more folks. Got to get Miss Brandy, Miss Heather, a little bit of everybody. Hi there, Miss Molly. How are you? How are you? How are you? How do you think I feel when I have all you ladies in here and I'm by myself? It happens. It does happen. It does happen. But it's just a little bit of a bonus having these gentlemen in here to back me up every now and then when I need it. You're feeling a little bit better, huh? Well, that's better than not at all. Don't be scared. We all treat each other the right way. No biggie. Oh, where's the rest of you guys at? Hope everybody got their notifications. Let me fill in some of these notifications here. Make sure everybody's getting their invitation to the show. Oh, don't ask me where that came from because I don't know. No backup. Yeah, I never get any love from you. I don't think Strike First likes me, you guys. If I've noticed, if you haven't noticed, he's always calling me old. He's always like digging on me, always picking on me. I don't think he likes me, guys. I really don't. I mean, I've come to that conclusion, which that's okay. Not everybody has to like me. I mean, it's hard to understand because I usually don't have too many enemies, but you never know. You never know. Don't ask me what's going on with the hair today. I got some weird do going. I don't know what it's all about, guys. Shaved and changed up the little beard thing going and didn't really do much with my hair. So if I look like I'm living under the bridge, I'm really not. I'm living in the house. I just look like a bum. Sorry. Nope, not at all, my friend. Not at all. That stuff don't bother me. You know that. I got thick skin like an alligator. There's not much that bothers me, folks. Not much. Now, if somebody else goes at somebody else in here, of course that's going to make me mad, but different situation all the way around. Let's see here. Come on in, everyone. Get comfortable. Make sure everybody's getting their invitations. What's up, Mr. Whistle? How you doing today, my friend? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Always appreciated. Let me back up here. I'm going to send April one. Let's see. Miss Heather. Make sure she got hers. What's up, Lance? Good to see you, sir. It's so nice to see you, my friend. Always a breath of fresh air when you're in here, Lance. Always so positive. I enjoy that. All right. Let's see. She might be working. Miss Gribben. Let's see. Mostly everybody usually gets theirs. All right, folks. How's everybody doing today? Hope you guys are having a great day. I am having a good year thus far, Mr. Lance, and I hope you are as well, my friend. I hope everybody is, truthfully. We all need a better year than last year, guys. For sure. For sure. Let's see, Miss Paula. Welcome to the new YouTube. How about that? There's so many. That's why I was a little late running in here, guys, because I went in to set up and I had all these new things I had to read into. And there's 1,000 new rules and different things, and I didn't really get to read. I have to go back and read it all. Welcome, Miss Lisa. Good to see you, my dear. Would you like to join me up here today, or would you like to stay in chat? You're more than welcome to join me if you'd like. Yes, they miss you. They don't like me. They like you. I've realized that now, but that's okay. I can see why. You're a lot better looking than I am. For one. And probably a lot nicer too. I'll put it that way. Here is a link for you, Lisa, if you'd like to join me today. Yeah, it's fine. There's a link there. Today, folks, just so you know, we are going to, of course, follow up with the secondary court appearance in Idaho, and we're going to get into a newer case. It's not really new. You guys have seen a lot of you guys have seen it, but it's Anna Walsh. Absolutely, Mama Bear. Thank you. That'd be great. I'd love to have you up here. I would love it. I would love it. I would. Wake up, everybody. Come on in. Let's do this. Take your time, Lisa. There's no rush. I'm here. I can keep them busy long enough to get you in here, and then they'll be happy. Hello, Miss April. Good to see you, as always. Wait a little bit longer to get some more folks. Green Eyes, welcome. Good to see you, my dear. Thanks for joining us today. Always happy to have you guys here. I'm in a good mood today, guys. Hopefully, it stays that way. Even with this crappy weather, I'm still in a decent mood. It is so. It's like the weather in Ohio is like I always say it's like a bipolar person. Anytime, Green Eyes. Thank you for having us. So today it's 52 outside right now. Of course, it's raining nonstop, and tomorrow we're gonna have snow, and then depending on how much snow we get, we'll see how that goes. But then it's gonna be, I think Monday it's gonna be 50s again. This is Ohio, guys. I've said this before. Like it can be 85 degrees and sunny on a Monday, and we'll have 2 feet of snow on a Tuesday. That's just how it works here. It's crazy, but it's true. Isn't that right, Lance? Mr. Fellow Ohioan. Oh, man. But it's great to be here with you guys again. Green Eye says she's ready for it. Yep. Oh, no, it's not. It is not. I beg to differ with you, Life Love. Ohio, you can literally see all 4 seasons in one day. That's not even an exaggeration. It has happened here. Yeah, we didn't get this. Winter's been a joke this year so far. Now that I say that, let me knock on some wood because we haven't had winter. We had that one couple 3 days, I think it was, where it was super cold and we had a little bit of snow. Nothing real bad. Michigan's a lot like that too, as it is Indiana. Idaho, like Molly, you guys have been slammed with snow this year already, and it's been colder than hell out there. And Strike, he lives up there, in that Colorado place. They're always snowing and cold and miserable. I don't get it. Yeah, same here, Green Eyes, because we got a lot of them. They're everywhere in Ohio. I think that's part of what my issue is right where I live at, because I get a lot of we get lake effect snow from Erie, and then I'm surrounded by 1, 2, 3 smaller lakes, not as big as Lake Erie, but they're still good size. So I get all of that air, when it's blowing and it's cold, it comes off those lakes and it hits us like crazy here. Did it all freeze, Molly? Because that's probably what's going to happen here. It's been raining since on and off yesterday. Now today they said at 11 o'clock, and it was like clockwork. It started raining and it's coming down pretty steady. And then they're saying it's going to snow tomorrow. Yeah, it's crazy, man. I mean, unless you want, California or Florida weather, you know, pretty much anywhere else Midwestern is just, it's like you get what you get. And if you don't like it, wait till the next day. It'll be different. That's a fact, Strike. They do have the best places to ski if you're a skier or if you want to build one hell of a snowman. And of course, legalized marijuana and all that other fun stuff. That's there too, which they're working on in Ohio, I guess. They're putting through a law in Ohio to make recreational legal, I guess, now. So that's going to be interesting. Welcome, Miss Pamela. Good to see you. That's okay. It's okay. I hope you're feeling better. No apologies needed. Crystal Mountain. Oh, yeah. Miss Schmooby. It's okay. Don't worry about that. No apologies needed. We're all here. I heard that, Green Eyes. I did hear that. We're legal for medicinal reasons, but not recreational yet. But it's happening. I don't care because I'm not one of them people, but it won't happen in Utah. I mean, nothing against people that live in Utah or nothing like that, or Utah itself, guys. But that blows my mind because, like, you can marry 15 people, but you can't legalize marijuana. I mean, it's whatever. It's whatever. Oh, hold on a minute. It looks like Mrs. Davis. So be it. My neck is stiff today, everybody. I'm sorry. So how are you all today? It's great to see you guys here. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Green Eyes. Nothing at all. Yeah, it's like that here. Welcome, Miss Tiffany. I'm glad you can make it today. It's good to see you. It's not legal here, schmooby, like that, but you still smell it everywhere. Like you can go into a grocery store and it's like, oh, you know what I mean? It's crazy. and it doesn't smell good most of the time. It's usually that skunk weed or whatever you call that stuff. I don't know. I don't do it no mo. Back in my young days, I was pretty into it, but it is what it is. Welcome, Miss Jennifer. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today, little by little. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. That lake effect snow and cold is horrible. From what my husband says, he did his Navy training over there in the winter, and oh yeah, the lake effect stuff is no joke. We have gone from like getting just a dusting, and then that lake effect thing will come through, and we'll have 3 feet of snow, like that. It's crazy. It really is. I was reading something yesterday. We all know, thanks to Green Eyes, I appreciate that info. And then the news, of course, that Jeff Beck sadly passed away yesterday. He was touring with Johnny Depp, right? Like, like now, you know what I mean? And I guess he was helping out Johnny. He was staying with Jeff and his family, and I guess helping Johnny out with some issues that he had. And now he's gone. You know, it's like, damn. That's good stuff, Strike. That's good stuff. Kind of good for you, too. That's a fact, Molly. That's a fact. So I know how it is in Australia. So, like, what season is it right now, Schmooby, where you're at? Is it still like wintertime like us? Or are you guys like that? From what I understood, Green Eyes, they were still touring, like right recently. Or am I wrong about that? It's wintertime. Okay, so you're on the same line with us as far as that goes. I got you. Okay. No, it's winter over there. Now, Australia, it's summertime. That I know. David has taught me that. And then, of course, Miss Lisa added on. And I've been learning. By the way, we may not see David for a while, folks. He informed me that he was off to the Great Barrier Reef. That's a trip he's been planning for a while, so I was excited for him. They just ended the tour. Okay, I got you. But so I said I want pictures, my friend, since I can't be there. I've always wanted to go there. I definitely want pictures, though. Chips and salsa. Yes, ma'am. That's good stuff. See, my favorite, I'll be honest with you, is the queso cheese dip. Tostitos makes it. There's different versions. All these actually has a pretty good one too. I love that with the chips. I love it. I love salsa too. I love homemade. My mother makes, and my mother-in-law, they both make a homemade salsa. That's kind of like it's like a fresco type salsa. I love it. I love it. Sam's Club, they have a version of it too. Aldi's has. Yeah, I think that's what you're talking about, Tiffany. It's like more of a fresh type. Comes in a clear container. That is amazing. If that's the one you're talking about, absolutely amazing. Love that one. And it's not that expensive, guys. It's pretty easy, Green Eyes. It really is. You just need a good blender. We have that Ninja thing. Yeah, she's right, guys. That one that Aldi sells, it's like $269 or $289, I think, unless it's gone up. But it comes in a clear container like this, you know, and it's fresh. It's not the kind you would get from Tostitos or something where it's all blended together and goopy. Not at all. It's good, guys. It's really, really good. Very fresh. What's up, Kim? Thanks for joining us. Looks like you woke up just at the right time. You are off today, ma'am, so you get to be here with us. That's awesome. UFOs. Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff going on over there. Alexis, welcome, my dear. Good to see you. Where did everybody go? I got more people coming in, but my numbers are dropping. It's crazy. It doesn't make sense. People who came in decided they didn't want to be here. So be it. We need more folks in here with us. That's okay. You guys are the important ones because you're here. That's all that matters. I'm waiting for Miss Lisa to pop in here and we get everything rolling. Yeah, there's not much to it, Green Eyes, really. I mean, we make it all the time when we grow the gardens and stuff. You just need a couple bell peppers, tomatoes, jalapeno, onion. Um, what is that seasoning called, guys? Oh Lord, here we go with the phone again. Hold on. One sec. Be right with you, everybody. I will be right there.
Can everybody hear me? Is my mic working? Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Mama Bear. Hi, Lance. How are we all? Just give me 2 secs, guys. Just leaning over here. To turn this light down. Sorry. No.
All right, Mama Bear, hold on. Let me
Yes,
give
my
you.
daughter has a broken foot, guys. Not doing
All right,
too good.
Mama Bear, if you look at the chat, I'm posting a link underneath where Kim's name is at this point. Okay. What you're gonna do is it says HTTPS StreamYard. You're gonna
Hey,
click on
Kim,
that.
Molly,
When you click
Green
that,
Eyes,
it'll bring you down backstage, and then I'll click and pull you up.
April.
And then you'll have to shut down any other instance you have of it. That's all.
Love you all. Miss you all. Do you like my
So,
face? Is my face looking good? It's so swollen.
what did you do?
What did I do? It's from my jaw.
Oh, are you all right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just when they put needles in the side of my face,
Mm-hmm.
it's just had a reaction and it's swollen all the rest of my face. I feel like an alien at this point.
Well, you look just as lovely as always.
Thank you. Love you too, April. Missed you guys so much.
That's correct. Well, it's probably because where you live at, Molly. I've heard there's a lot on that, like around there, because it's so wide open and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know if that's why, but that's what I've heard.
UFOs.
If you're having problems with it, Mama Bear, just let me know and we'll walk you through it. No
Oh,
worries.
thank you, Smoothie. Missed you too, Molly.
Oh, there she is. 1 second. Kabang! There she is. Hey,
Mama
hey.
Bear. Hi, gorgeous.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
And we can hear you. That's awesome. It worked the first time. That's really
Hi.
good.
Hi.
Yep.
All right.
Lovely
So
to meet you, Mama Bear.
I
You
am
too.
going to send you my address, and that guitar that's hanging on the wall behind you, I want you to put it in a box and send it my way. That's a nice one. Oh,
Who
yeah.
plays Mama Bear?
Her husband, I believe.
Yeah.
She's got a bit of a delay, I see.
Yeah. Do you play at all?
My husband plays.
Do you
Right.
play at all?
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
she's on a
No.
delay.
I have a guitar. I don't know how to play it.
Green Eyes plays. I found that out yesterday.
Oh, does she?
Yes, she does. But thank you for joining us, Miss Mama Bear. It's great to have you up here.
But I have to say, most Americans sing beautifully. They also are very musically inclined.
Oh, there's a lot of us. Well, there's a lot of UK or, well, I think there's more like British folks that are. There's so much music in like the UK and all that stuff. It's crazy. There's a lot here though too.
No, I'm not talking about as in big stars. I'm talking about in general.
Oh, okay. Well,
Mm,
yeah, I get it.
yeah.
I used to have a great voice. I really did. I took singing lessons and all that. My son, obviously, you guys have heard him, has an amazing voice. Because I have a higher pitched voice, it was easier, I think. But you know, smoking and coffee and alcohol and all those fun things ruin your vocal cords after so many years. So
Yeah.
it is. Now I sound like Wolfman Jack when I try to sing. So you know.
I sound great if people are tone deaf.
I'm
I
sure
sound great if they want to be put in a coma too.
it's not that bad.
Oh no, it is.
Oh. Well, ladies, it's great to be up here, smushed in between two lovely ladies again. I'm always the lucky guy when it comes to that. Always. Let me see here if I can fix this. Nope.
Neither can I, Kim.
I guess we could do it that way. That's okay. That's the way it was, I think. All right.
It was.
Okay. All right. So today, of course, we're going to go over real quick and watch the.
Green, I sent you an email, hun.
Oh, okay. Let me check that real quick. And then we are going to check out the court appearance this morning with Mr. Whatever Burger. And then we're going to look into, which again, I know a lot of you guys have probably already looked into it. But the Anna Walsh situation, which is pretty crazy and sad. And we're going to go over that. Let me see if I can find this now. Where is it? 1 second, everybody. I'm sorry. Is this it? No, this is not it.
Oh, that's wonderful, April. My dad played electric guitar, and my mum could sing. My sister could sing.
No,
I was politely told I should never sing again. No, seriously.
Not very polite. Not very polite at all.
No, but it was honest.
You never did? Did you ever do karaoke?
Yes, that's where I was told I should never sing again.
Oh. Well, I mean, I would never say that to you, but I get it. Oh, was it the 48 Hours Green Eyes? Is that what you were talking about? I watched that the other day, by the way. It was pretty interesting. They did an episode on 48 Hours. If you guys haven't caught it yet, about the Idaho situation. So it was a good episode. Definitely. So before we go into this, either one of you, do you guys have any input or anything you want to say before we check this out about this, or you just want me to go into it?
We're going into which one first, Anna?
Well, we're gonna watch the court appearance for Burger Boy.
Don't call him that. That could be why he's so angry, you know. He's a vegan and he has to have burger in his name. Sorry. Sorry,
It's all good. That was pretty good. I was probably, you're probably not far off by the way this idiot's mentality seems to work. So somebody's got a kitty, I hear.
Just thought a bit of lightheartedness.
It's all good. Keeps it happy. It's a good thing. So yeah, we're gonna watch that and then we're gonna move into the Anna Walsh. And of course, if there's anything anybody would like to talk about, oh, there she is.
Oh, big cat. Look at the size of
wants
him.
Hi.
Video too. She's pretty.
Oh my God, that cat's bigger than my dog.
Hi.
Wow.
The smaller of the two.
Gorgeous.
Is it a boy or a girl?
Boy.
Boy. He's a big boy. Yep.
His
Sorry,
brother's
Kim,
bigger.
sorry, green eyes.
Oh, where's that?
It was quite funny, actually. All right, then. Yes, so do I. I am a kitty freak. I love cats. And you know what's funny is I never liked them, really. I always thought they were mean and everything until I got one of my own. As a tiny little itty-bitty runted kitty baby, or kitty moo-moo, as my wife calls him. I don't know where that even comes from, but whatever. And I pretty much raised him by myself. And he became my cat. And ever since then, I absolutely love cats. So, all right, folks, let me get this up rolling here. Oh, and I love, there's another breed of cats. I can never remember the name of them. They're huge. They're a special breed. God, what are they called?
Is it a Bengal?
Yeah, that's it. The Bengal cat. Like I had a friend that had two. I never saw him before that time, right? So I go in and this cat's laying on the back of the couch and it kind of blended in with the blanket that he had. So I'm standing there talking to this guy and I had my hand on the back of the couch and the cat got up and I like jumped out of my shoes, pants, underwear, all of it at one time because this thing stood up and it was like literally this big. And I'm going, what the hell? You got a tiger living here? You know, like it looked like a baby tiger. It was so big. But it was super friendly. And then the rest of the day, me and him were best friends. So, you know, just scared the living hell out of me. Never seen one that big in my life. Norwegian, yeah. And it looked like it looked kind of like a Bengal tiger would look almost, just a miniature version. So very, very, very beautiful though. His name was Skippy. He sure didn't look like a Skippy. He was a beast. He was a monster. Yeah. Looked like a baby tiger. No lie. It's exactly what it was. All right, everybody. Let's get to rolling. Let's see what the vegan disaster has to say or not say. Make sure this is big enough. Of course, everybody let me know about the audio, please.
Audio good.
Good.
Right, good morning. We are on the record. 59222805. This is State of Idaho versus Brian Koberger. Mr. Koberger is in custody. He is appearing here in court with his attorneys, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Walsh, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings appearing on behalf of the state. This is the time set in the matter for the preliminary hearing status conference. So I am going to inquire of counsel. Ms. Taylor, what's the status at this time?
Thank you, Your Honor. We are going to ask the court to set preliminary hearing out into June. We would request the 3rd or 4th week of June and probably 4 or 5 days for preliminary hearing. Mr. Koberger understands his right to a timely preliminary hearing, and he's willing to waive the timeliness to allow us time to obtain discovery in this case.
And Mr. Thompson.
Knew he was going to do that.
The state has no objection to that, Your Honor. Ms. Taylor reached out to us by email yesterday with her proposal. On reflection, the state's calendar would be better in the month of July, but we will make the end of June work if that's the court's preference. And I haven't had a chance to talk to Ms. Taylor about that. I'm sorry, I know that's last minute.
That's okay. The court's calendar is going to be better towards the end of June, early July. So would work, Ms. Taylor, for your scheduling on your other matters?
Your Honor, yes. If we take that 4th week in June, that's actually best.
Okay.
Wow.
So, Mr. Koberger, I need to speak to you for a moment then. Sir, you do understand, and Ms. Taylor has represented here, that she's advised you of your right to have or fully discussed with you the right that you have, which is to have your preliminary hearing within 14 days of the date that you initially appeared before this court. As you recall, when I advised you of your rights, that hearing is a probable cause hearing where the state has to establish that more likely than not, these felony offenses were committed and you were the one that committed the felony offenses. If you waive your right to a speedy preliminary hearing, it does not mean that you're giving up your right to have a preliminary hearing. It simply means that you would not be able to come back and challenge that the state did not present probable cause within 14 days. Do you understand?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with Ms. Taylor about your decision to waive your right to a speedy preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to do so?
No.
Then I will ask at this time as to the five counts, felony counts that were charged in the criminal complaint that was filed on December 29th of 2022. Are you waiving your right to a speedy preliminary hearing and agreeing that that hearing can be held outside the 14-day period?
Yes.
And Ms. Taylor, do you concur with this waiver?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
I will find your waiver of speedy preliminary hearing is knowing, intelligently, voluntarily entered here in open court with the assistance of counsel. We will go ahead and set the matter for preliminary hearing.
Wow.
Beginning Monday, June 26th at 9:00 a.m. And I will go ahead and reserve the week, so June 26th to June 30th, in the event that we need all 5 days for presentation of evidence.
Oh, you will.
And just so council knows, it will begin at 9 a.m. each of those days. Is there anything further to address at this time in the case, Mr. Thompson
Not from the state's perspective, Your Honor. No.
or Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Koberger, then you will be remanded into custody on your same no bail at this point in time, pending further proceedings. Again, we'll send notice out to council and we will be in recess for this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Unbelievable.
I take that back. He didn't do what I thought he was going to do.
So the taxpayers get to feed and clothe and heat and protect this person, creature, whatever you want to call him, for another 6 months while we wait on him to, come up with the biggest BS that he can for this this trial that he's going to, in my opinion, at least. So.
Oh, I actually thought
this
he
is
would
crazy.
have pushed for a speedy trial, to be honest, so that thinking that they wouldn't be prepared
That's what
for
I thought.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I thought he was going to try to hurry up and get it done and over with, because that's why I thought he, waived the extradition thing. So So that gives him 6 months to come up with, like I said, the biggest pile of BS that he can. Vegan
He's in a
trance.
vegan trance.
I wish he'd go into some other kind of trance. His voice just cringes me every time he talks.
Yeah, I honestly thought he would have pushed for a speedy trial so that they would be unprepared.
Yeah, I kind of thought so too. Whatever. I really thought that at this point. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
What was in the little that was in the PCA, right?
Say that again.
The little that was in the PCA, like that everybody says is a lot in the probable cause, right?
Right.
he could easily explain that away or put it in a way that creates reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
One ex-drug user or to say is, yeah, of course I was over there sourcing drugs out. Nobody's going to hand in their drug supplier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say, yep, I go to the next town to get my drugs.
Mm-hmm.
As for the sheath or for the knife,
Right.
touch DNA lasts on something for up to 12 months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I sold that knife like how long ago? Don't know how it got there. Don't know who had it.
I can almost guarantee you that he's going to say that it was stolen from him or that he sold it to somebody else or something like that because there's no proof.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
That's almost a given, guys. That's almost a guarantee. I'll say because, I mean,
Yep.
That's commonsensical right there. Period. So.
And as for a guy with bushy eyebrows, I could guarantee you they could turn around in the court and go, now we can pick out 20 guys here that would have bushy eyebrows.
Exactly.
And I will guarantee you
Mhm.
on the day of that court, they will get him to trim his eyebrows.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's absolutely.
Yep.
That's exactly how they work those kinds of things because they're going to be looking at him. And if they don't see that boom,
That's right.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's how that works.
Yeah.
And
Tim,
they'll,
you're right.
yeah, they'll come up with a plan like that, sadly. And I'm
That's
telling
what
you,
they do.
I'm telling each and every one of you guys, if this case turns out like a lot of cases have, I'm gonna go nuts. I can't. This guy, we've looked at this, you guys, inside out. We've torn this entire thing apart, brought it back together. A lot of us were wrong about this, but what else is there to say that it's not him? Now I still feel for whatever reason, and I'm probably wrong. Welcome, Fupa. Thanks for joining us. That there's somehow or somewhere somebody else at least remotely involved with this somehow. Okay. I just feel like there is. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't care. It's okay, but
I said the same thing. But that's like when I said remember when this first happened, and I kept saying the two girls upstairs went first.
yeah,
And everybody said, no, that's not how it went, Ethan.
Right.
And Xana was first. Even when the PCA came out, they couldn't work it out. And I can't understand that because at the point he's walking past Dylan and going out the sliding door, he didn't go out there to have a rest and then go back in. He was done.
Yeah.
So, and he was coming from Xana's room. So that tells you the girls were first, sadly. I mean, it's all sad, unfortunately.
It is.
And then they're going to rip Dylan apart. The defense team will rip her apart.
They need
the fact that she was frozen, they'll say in that state, you can't remember things. You only said bushy eyebrows. That could say 100 fellas.
And here's the thing. Remember this. I was looking at the way the house was lit up. I went back and looked at a couple of videos the other day, and I was looking at well, I guess it's a patio that is on the back of the house where the sliding door is, right? So
Yep.
Looking at the lighting at nighttime, the way that is, they had said that he came in through that tree line, went down in and went in that door and then come back out. The rest of the house was dark inside. Okay. So for her to see him coming at her, that lighting on the back right there, from what I saw from it, doesn't do justice to anything. So that's going to be used, okay? Because the way the shadowing and stuff is inside, if you're wearing all black and all you got is this much of your face showing,
But there was fairy lights in the lounge room.
What's that?
There were fairy lights, white Christmas lights, whichever one say
Yeah.
it, in the lounge room that were on, apparently.
Right. Yeah. Right. So I don't know how they're going to work that, but now they're saying,
they'll work it.
Absolutely. Like that.
And unfortunately, Dylan's going to be crucified if she takes the stand.
Sadly, and they'll probably make her do it. Yes.
like she already is by half a thousand people, which
They need to leave her alone. They do. They need
yeah,
to leave her alone. Like I said, when it first came out that I think we were all kind of like in stutter shock when I was reading that, or when we all read the affidavit. It was just like, wait, what? But thinking about this is a 20-year-old young girl, never has ever in her life experienced anything this traumatic. Obviously, never. Any child, she still has the mentality of a child, guys. We know that. Okay, she just came out of high school not that long ago, so on and so
Mhm.
forth. We know, because we all have children, that our children do not become adults mentally until they're towards the end of their 20s. You know what I mean?
yep,
Um,
Anna.
so I can't hold anything against her. I can't. In the beginning, I'm like, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Why didn't she say this? Why didn't she say that? I can't say that anymore. I feel bad for her. I really do.
Nobody needs to say that, because that's exactly what defense is going to do to her. You
Exactly.
couldn't have been that frightened. You went, locked the door, and went to sleep, so you couldn't have even been frightened for your own life.
And that's what they're going to say. They're going to say, well, you were so scared. How do you know he had bushy eyebrows? How do you know he was 6 foot tall, or 5'10", or whatever? How do you know that it was this? How do you know that was that? They're going to destroy her. I feel so bad for her.
Yeah.
So do I.
And they're going to have.
But see, they actually won't say she was so scared, because it'll be a contradiction, because they're going to use her going to sleep.
Right.
So
And
they're going to say, you didn't freeze at all. In fact, it didn't bother you. You just thought it was somebody else that usually comes in and out the house.
And they're going to bring that up too. They'll bring up the fact that they were out, that she was probably drinking. They're going to try to put in somewhere that she may have been using drugs, blah, blah, blah. So they're going to do all that stuff, you guys.
Not to mention, they'll bring up about all the parties I've had there where they weren't even home.
Yes, they're going to destroy this little girl, and I feel so bad for her now.
It's always the way it goes. Sadly, in every trial, it's always the witnesses or that they get crucified, and the perpetrator sits there.
Yes, I already know, and I feel so bad already for her. She's going to need, if she needs counseling now, she needs therapy.
Yep.
We know that. I mean, Lisa, you of all people know that, okay?
Yep.
And that's just
and I hope she's getting it.
My thoughts exactly. But once this trial goes to where it goes, okay, it's going to be 10 times worse, guys, because that's going to give her. First of all, she's going to be feeling bad about herself. They're going to do that to her too. They're going to make her feel bad about herself. And they're just going to destroy her piece for piece for piece. So,
but if she's got a counselor or psychiatrist, either one of three, that's working with her now, they will work with her right up to that trial and after that trial to help her through it. So it won't affect her. I mean, it will affect her, but
she'll have
they
the help.
can help her through it, so that she comes out better on the other side, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's the good thing that I do like, because being that the prosecutor, the state is going to prepare her for this. They're going to say, they're going to take her aside, and they're going to say, okay, this is what they're going to do to you, hon. It's going to be like this. Whether they tell her that or not, she's still not going to be as prepared as she could, but she's going to have a heads up for it. She's going to understand that, okay, I it's time to thicken my skin. Can't let this bother me. This is they do this to everybody, so on and so forth. That's going to help.
It doesn't.
It doesn't, though. You're right. And that's
as a person that has been through this, sorry, and it wasn't. I went through. I was on the stand for 2 days, and they absolutely crucified me, and I was prepared.
Absolutely.
And they did everything to crucify me. And like you said, the state prepared me and everything, but nowhere near what they did to me. That changed me for who I was. It also changed my daughter.
Yeah. And it will, sadly, because your psyche, again, Lisa, you know this, your psyche, we can tell somebody something 3 million times, okay? And just like anything else, until that is experienced, it doesn't go into effect, okay?
No.
So that's going to be the hard part. And I feel so bad because this girl is never going to be the same as she was when she went to college at Idaho, guys. She's never.
No. No.
Sadly, Bethany won't either, but Bethany is not as involved in this. Okay. But
Oh, no, hang on. We don't know that. They might have only just put Dylan down because Dylan actually seen him. See, they only have to put in that enough to arrest him. We don't know about Bethany.
well, that's true
What
too.
she heard, what she saw, whether she went up to her or anything.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true
We're
too.
all surmising. So,
Well, again, it's based on what and just how media works. They only give you what plus again, only what law enforcement's giving out too. So yeah, that's
which
absolutely
is only enough in that to arrest him.
right. Right.
And
So-
they probably chose, like I said, Dylan, because Dylan actually saw him. He walked past Dylan.
I agree. The affidavit needs 51%. That's true. They don't have to put all of it. Yeah, that's fact.
Mm.
Absolutely, Green Eyes. Absolutely. Where did it go? Welcome, T2014. Good to see you, PPR. Thanks for joining us. Great to have you guys here, as always. Does anybody? Oh, by the way, let me put this up. Again, guys, feel free to call in before we move on with anything. If you guys have any thoughts, theories, opinions, just something you want to say about this, give us a call, 234-703-4047. If you'd like to ask me, Lisa, Mama Bear, any questions at all, or just talk in general, feel free to call in. Let us hear what you got to say. We'd love to hear from you.
Yes, please do.
Yes, real voices are way better than typing words all the time. Not everybody can have such an interesting voice as Miss Lisa, but that's we live
My
here.
voice is not interesting.
For us, it is because you live over there.
Okay, mate. Do I sound like a real Aussie now? I said the word I don't like to say. Just for you, Joe.
Caden does that.
G'day, mate.
Right. Caden does that now because he calls David his uncle from Australia, right? And David calls Caden his nephew, blah, 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 that kind of thing. So Caden starts saying mate the other, like 2-3 weeks ago. And I'm like, where'd that come from? He goes, I'm just practicing. I said, for what? He goes, well, what if we go to Australia? I said, we're not going anywhere near Australia anytime soon, son. So don't worry about it. You'll be okay. You don't have to say mate. They'll understand.
Tell him to start practicing past the Vegemite.
Yeah. He wants that stuff so bad. And David said, one of these days, I'll send you a package that has some Vegemite in it. And I looked it up, and he was like, I'm telling you, Joe, you don't want to eat it. It's not good. Okay.
I love my Vegemite.
David said he can't stand it, but it is what it is. And there's what's the other one called? There's Vegemite and there's
Marmite.
Marmite. Yeah. What's the difference in those two?
One's stronger than the other. Marmite's stronger than Vegemite.
Okay. And they're just
And believe it or not, now here's a little trivia for you all.
okay.
People don't know this, or even a lot of Aussies don't know this. But when you make casseroles, or when I make casseroles, when my mother made casseroles, when my nana made casserole, instead of using, what do they call them? You know, the little squares you break up the beef. Oh, I can't think what they're called.
Bouillon cubes?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
If you use Vegemite, I use Vegemite in casseroles and in curried sausages and that.
Okay.
Because it brings out the flavour in it.
So
It's actually good stuff.
is
You
it
can also make a drink out of Vegemite.
so is it a beef flavor?
Vegemite? Yeah, kind of.
Okay. See, I didn't get that. I thought it was just like when I heard Vegemite, I thought it was like ground up vegetables maybe that had
No.
like salty. David said it's super salty, so
It well, depends. If you don't eat a lot of salt, then yes, it probably would be salty to somebody.
okay.
So I'm guessing David doesn't eat a lot of salt.
I don't think he does. I don't know.
No, I'm guessing he wouldn't.
Okay. Vegemite is like peanut butter to Aussies. They put it on toast. No, it doesn't taste like. Yeah, I got that one.
I eat peanut butter too.
peanut butter, marmalade, whatever. So
I
like,
might.
see, when I realized what Vegemite was, the first thing I went to and the first thing I thought of was, and my daughter loves this stuff. I can't stand it, but what's that brown stuff, Mama Bear? Sweet. Not Nutella. Nutella.
Oh, yes, Nutella.
Nowhere near like Nutella.
Right.
We have Nutella here.
Do you like Nutella?
Yeah,
I do.
Nutella's chocolate spread. Yeah.
I don't like it. I can't do it. My daughter loves it. Like she would eat it with a spoon out of the jar, guys. It's crazy.
Oh, I can't do it like that, but in little bits I can.
Yeah.
Never cared for it. Never will. Sydney. Yes, so David is off to the Great Barrier Reef. So I said we want pictures, if nothing more. That way we can.
Good for David, because Western Australia is flooded, and I was thinking about him.
Yeah. Yeah. It's flooding here too. Have you guys seen California?
So I heard about it.
Cali's bad right now. Real. Like their sinkholes are opening up because of the flooding. Roads are breaking off. I mean, it's like California. I don't know how.
Mudslides.
Oh yeah, bad. I don't get it. Like, why do you go to live there? All these rich people have all this money. They go live there in this state that's going to end up being islands here in the next 50 years. You know what I mean? With all the earthquakes and volcanoes and everything they got going on over there. It's crazy. Fluff.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, where was it where they had the huge snow downfall? And it's going to go on for another week. And it hasn't over there, I'm talking about. And they haven't had that much snow since 1942 or something, 49.
Buffalo, where Kim's at, I think has got all that. They got a ton of snow. They always get snow, but I think, isn't it, Kim, you guys had like a record amount this year?
I think so.
Oh, no, this was the other day. They reckon 10 foot of snow.
10 foot.
Yeah.
Good God.
Could have been up in the Dakotas.
Yeah, that's possible.
It was bad.
I know that Molly, like Idaho, they've gotten a lot of snow. I know that Buffalo got pounds of it, but those are the only two places I really heard. I didn't hear about that, what you're talking about.
See, I watch your news too, as well as mine.
That's sad when she lives all those miles away and knows more about where we live than we do, isn't it?
Right.
There you go. Thank you, April. It was Dakota.
It was Dakota's? Okay. Well, you were right, Mama Bear, because I didn't hear nothing about it. I don't watch other people's weather just because it makes me mad because we have such shitty weather here. So I don't like to see when people have sunshine and all that happy stuff because we don't get that. I swear to God.
We finally got our warm weather. Finally.
So it's finally summertime?
Yeah, finally. We've had warm weather over a week now. Finally.
Awesome. Good stuff. What time is it there?
It is.
Yeah, you still there?
Is freeze up time.
Yep, it is time to freeze. Okay. Lisa. Hello. She's really froze. I love that picture back there.
Pretty.
You get jealous of people that have over. Well, come on, Pink. Come on over to Ohio. I'll let you hang out here for 3 days. I promise you, you'll be on a train back as soon as you can. Oh, shoot. Hold on a minute. Nope. Damn it. Yeah, she's completely froze. Okay, for you guys, is she the only one? She dropped down. Okay, she'll just come back in. Yes, it does. It does definitely, Lance. It definitely does. Well, I'm going to wait to see if she clicks back in, or maybe I should just drop another link in the box there so she doesn't have to dig for it. There it is. Billy, and we got rain. That's all we ever have is rain anymore. It's raining now. Where are you at, Mama Bear? You're in Indiana. Yeah, you're close to me, so we have the same weather pretty much.
Yep. Wait 5 minutes, it'll change.
like I said, I think it was what's her name back up there? Love Life said that something about the only place where you can have all 4 seasons in one day. I said, no, that happens here too. Definitely.
Yep.
You coming back, Lisa? I hope her internet didn't go out again. The ozone. That's right. Green Eyes. Green Eyes is in Michigan. She gets the same weather we get too, pretty much. And Popper, he told me we have the same stuff. If they get snow, we get snow. If you get snow, I get snow. If I get snow, you get snow.
Yep.
Okay, so you're
Speaking of climate change, did you hear that they're going to start teaching that in science classes starting next year?
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, there was talk. I watched something on the National Geographic Channel one time about 6 months ago, and they're talking about the poles are switching, and
Mm-hmm.
definitely not in our lifetime, and probably not in our children's lifetime, but our grandchildren may start to see to where like the North Pole is tropical type
That'll
area.
be weird.
The South Pole is like, Antarctica, which is crazy to me.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, it's tilting, right? Exactly, which is so weird. And I it makes sense because that's why, because I know we're all around the same age. You know, we can remember when we were kids, we'd get snow days in the wintertime for 2-3 days. And at Christmas time, there's 2-3 feet of snow on the ground and it was cold and blah, blah, blah. And we don't have winters like that anymore.
Mm-mm.
You know, we'll get these blasts that'll come through for a couple of days, but that's it. And then in the summertime, it is so hot now as to where, when we were kids, we could go out in the summertime and play and it was safe. Nowadays, you go outside for a couple hours and our kids are dehydrating because it's so damn hot. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, yeah, there's definitely some stuff going on. It's crazy. On the mic, cozy weather, smell of soil when it rains. Oh, okay. I'm like, what are you talking about? There she is. Welcome back.
Dropped out for some reason.
I think are you having a problem with your internet or anything?
No, I haven't had to just then.
Okay. Yeah,
But they might be doing usual stuff, maybe some more.
See, you're going
And
robotic.
sometimes, am I?
Yeah, you were going robotic, and then you froze before you dropped. You were froze for, I don't know, maybe 2 minutes, and then you just dropped out.
Oh, well, I'm all good now.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. Well, I don't think anybody's going to call in about that. Does anybody else have anything they wanted to say about the whole worthless burger scenario?
Love and life.
Sunshine 70. That's what we need. I would be happy. I've said that before. If it was sunny and 75 all year round, I'd be happy as could be.
Mm-hmm.
And probably wouldn't have to take vitamin D supplements like everybody in Ohio does.
Same here.
Yeah, we'll go with
We
you.
had 30 degrees here. Don't ask me what it is in Fahrenheit. You're supposed to double it and add 30, aren't you?
I never did
I
understand.
don't know.
I
I didn't
Yeah,
either.
pretty sure it's double it and add 30.
Let me see here. I'll check for you real quick. That's
So
one.
it's about 100.
What is 30 degrees in Fahrenheit? Equals 3 degrees Celsius times 9 by 5 plus 32 equals 30. What?
What?
Answer me the question. Why is it got to be like this?
Do you have an easier solution?
I'm trying to. I'm looking right now. That was
I'm
dumb.
pretty sure it's double it and add 30. Because
Alexa,
when we go to buy something
what
at a
is
shop and it's
30
really
degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit?
30 degrees Celsius is 86 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay. See?
There you go.
86.
Thank you.
Alexa always
Thank
knows.
you, Alexa.
Ready. There you go. Just ask Alexa.
There you go.
I think everybody in the northern states in the United States has to take vitamin D supplements, Life Love. I really do. I don't know. I was going to ask you guys about that, Anna. If you guys were surprised that he still has the public defender and that he's not trying to represent himself.
I don't think he will. I don't think he will try to represent himself at all, but I think he'll be barking orders at her.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought, see, in the beginning, I thought when they first arrested him, I was almost positive that he was going to represent himself, but obviously not. And I thought about it and I'm like, no, why would he do that? You know, I think he's going to take full advantage of what he can get from them. But I think, like, you're right, Lisa. I think absolutely that he's going to be arguing and telling her how he wants things and doing this and doing that. So,
Yep. And not only that, he will keep her because she's a female.
yep.
And what better way to prove that you're not creepy?
That's true too. That's a good point, Lisa. I never thought of it like that. But did you guys see the first time when he first came to Idaho for his first court appearance, when he walked in and he first met her, the way he looked at her when he sat down next to her, that the look gave me chills. There's just something about it. It just, ugh. I don't know. He creeps me out all the way around. So, yeah, that's true. He doesn't
But
have
that's
that.
why he's going to keep her.
Yeah.
To prove that he gets along with females, that he doesn't dislike females, especially good-looking females, that he doesn't have an issue with them, etc., etc. She's
Right.
the perfect person for what he wanted.
Yeah. Speaking of which, did you guys hear that now it's being said, it's just a rumor, of course, as most things are, that they think that he may have been the one that ordered the DoorDash?
Oh, yeah, I heard that too. I don't believe that.
I don't either, but there's so many of these things out there now. They've talked to multiple people, neighbors, friends, the girl he dated on the Tinder date, all sorts of things they've talked to people about with him now. And it's like a lot of people make him out to be as normal as you could possibly believe, but he's not, obviously. And I don't think he's as smart as we thought he was in the beginning. I think he's got the book smarts, don't get me wrong. But I think that, like, common sense wise, there's something that he's missing there. Like, I don't think.
I actually don't. I think he's playing dumb at this point.
Very good
That
possibility.
could be.
Very good possibility. Very good possibility.
I think he's been underestimated, and that's what he wants.
Yeah.
Because you think about it, he's been and done all these, he's got his diploma and all the rest of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And before he ever was arrested, there were, this person was smart. They didn't leave much evidence, etc., which started before he was arrested. When he was arrested, then it come out about all the stuff. And what did everybody say? He's smart.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
The perfect person to do this. So now he can turn around and go, well, no, I'm not that smart.
I keep forgetting, everybody, that he's got, what is it, a BA in psychology or something like that? Or
I think a criminal lawyer, isn't he?
well, he's almost got a PhD in criminology, but he also, before that, I can't remember the college, but he went and he got a dual, I believe it's a dual, oh my God.
Green Eye says PhD.
Is it the PhD in psychology? But I knew he was working on that for the criminology. But either way, guys, he's got multiple degrees, but there's definitely one in psychology. Masters. Thank you, Green Eyes.
Yep. And at the moment, he's using reverse psychology.
Right. He's got
I guarantee you.
That's what I'm saying. So, yeah, I guess that comment was kind of dumb for me to say now based on that. So, yeah. Dumb, they go dumb. Sorry, guys. Anyway, I believe he did it to prove. That's my thought too, Green Eyes. I really think that was the motive. Absolutely. I think that's the only, well, I'm weighing that to prove that he could get away with it. And then the other side of it, I'm kind of worried on that too, because I've seen a lot of things where people are bringing up the fact that they think that he interacted with Maddie and Xana at the vegan restaurant in Moscow, and that it was not a good interaction. So there's that too. So I don't know. We don't know, you know? No way in hell could he be a psychologist, Poopa. God, I could just imagine that.
Well, when you think about it, you know, when the pub owner pulled him up about the girls that work there?
Yeah.
Think about what he did. Reverse psychology. Don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
You've got the wrong person.
Yep.
Play dumb.
And he's been playing that card with everything too. So
Yes.
the wandering orphan. Oh, hey, Dobermom. Or okay, welcome. You changed your name. The wandering orphan. Where do you come up with these names at? Well, you don't have to wander no more. You're here. You're home. It's okay. That's what I think too, Green Eyes. I think Maddie turned him down. And Dana being there too, you know. That's your channel. I got you. I love the name. It's crazy. Welcome, Christy. Good to see you. Christy saying
Hi,
hello.
Christy.
Hi, Christy.
Creative and offensive. Okay, so be it. Good to have you. Yeah, I think so too, Green Eyes. I really do. I think that he plays the I'm so smart, cocky aspect with girls when he tries to talk to them, but then he comes off as a creeper at the same time, and you know he gets denied, and then he gets mad.
But then he'll dumb himself down to get out of it.
Yep. Yeah, that's the smart part. Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
Mm-hmm.
What did I say? Oh,
I
okay.
think
The whole thing about your home now, I didn't even think about it, but thank you, Christy. Hard to tell without actually knowing him. I know very smart individuals that are dumber than a box of rocks outside of what they. Yeah, that's true too. That's kind of what I was thinking. You know, like I don't think definitely doesn't have any social skills, in my opinion. Obviously,
No, and that's all part of psychology. When you do psychology or anything related to that, you have to have the experience in associating with people and their problems.
Right.
Otherwise, it means nothing.
And then, you know, they did interview some of the students that he had like dealt with as the TA, and they said that he was just kind of awkward. You know, he didn't really talk much, and he just. So yeah, I agree on that one. Well, one manner of death was brutal. There was a manner of interaction. Yeah, okay. Welcome, Sherry. Good to see you. It's okay. No worries. So
now we're on the big screen, Tiffany. Thanks, love, for telling me that.
So
I finally made it on TV.
How big is my head actually on your TV then? See, that's why I don't like it. I need a camera. I need to zoom way out here. So I guess nobody else has any other comments or questions. Ladies, if you can excuse me for one moment before we jump into this other stuff, I'm going to get my drink filled up so I don't have to get up again, and I will be right back.
Okay.
Thank you so much. You're not up to date.
Up to date as in what, wandering? You've only missed his hearing. That's all we were talking about, that he just had, which he's waived his right to a speedy trial. So they're gonna do the preliminary hearing on the 26th of June it starts. So that's all you missed, real love. And the fact that he's angry because his name's Hamburger. Oh, I mean Coburger. Sorry. Book smart and street start are two very different things. Yeah, he is book smart, but I think that is all. Molly, being the fact that doing what I do and have done for many years, I absolutely agree with you. Sitting down and doing the whole course for it, the only difference was when I did my course, I was actually already dealing with people. So I already had that experience, and that just made me better at it. But if you don't have that, I know a lot of people that have done psychology courses, and I mean, I did my psychology too. I did my law course and all the rest of it, and just chose to do counselling. However, I do know a lot of people that have done that and couldn't get around dealing with the reality of people and their problems. They couldn't deal with it. And I'm guessing he would be one.
He tried to be a professional rapper.
Yeah.
Really?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yes, I couldn't imagine him up on the big stage.
Mm-mm.
Not his looks. It'd be so out of place.
Right.
But see, I couldn't even imagine him being a psychologist or a counsellor
Mm-mm.
because, I mean, psychologists, counsellors are all meant to listen and not actually tell you what to do. They're meant to just reflect back what you're saying so that the client can hear it.
Mm.
And then, you ask them, so how would you solve that problem? And they'll give off, ways to do it. And then you kind of help them guide the right way because you're meant to empower them. I see
Right.
him as a person that if he was doing that, it'd be, you need to do it this way. And if you didn't do it his way, he'd be very angry at you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, that's dead on too, Molly.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa, do you think he could have been less awkward around women if he had consulted a dating coach?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that, Pink. It's hard to say because I don't think he's a person that takes advice too well, to be quite honest. That he comes across to me. He at the moment because in a battle of his life, and he looks like he's taking advice, but I'll guarantee you behind closed, given her the orders. Now you need to do this, you need to do this. So unless it was a male, probably, but he wouldn't certainly take it from a female, that I can promise you. I have no doubt about that.
Yeah.
That's done and over with, Miss Brandy. Good to see you, though, hon. All they really did today was just waived his right to a speedy trial, so he'll be back in court in June.
20.
Yes.
That too, April, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Which takes a bit of doing. It doesn't happen in one session either.
No. Not at all. What was the observation that I missed? Pink says, Lisa, great observation.
Oh, she just asked me, do I think it would have been better if he had a dating coach? It was a woman, like I said to her, definitely not. He's not the type that would take advice. I don't believe he's that type of person, especially from a woman.
Oh, yeah, no.
If it was a male, he'd probably think he was smarter than him.
Yeah,
and
women.
on top of might, like I said to her, he might look like he's taking advice from his lawyer at this point, but I will guarantee you behind closed doors, he's the one giving her the orders.
Mm-hmm.
I agree on that. And that is exactly, if anybody's ever seen that movie, American Psycho, he reminds me, other than the good looks and the being so sure of himself that way, that's exactly who this person reminds me of, is the character in that movie. It was really crazy. And I've thought about that multiple times already. Good call, Poopa. Big time.
There's just things from his past too, like when he went to the funeral, was staying at his auntie's place, and the whole demand of you go and buy new pots before you cook anything for me. See, well, you will do as I say.
Yeah, definitely control freak. No lie about that one.
Yeah,
And
it's more so on women.
Absolutely. And every instance that's been talked about, he demeans women. He talks down to women. He, there's supposedly a link that's being looked at right now. How true it is, I don't know. That he may have very possibly dated, or not dated per se, but like had an evening with Kaylee. And
yeah, I don't believe that.
I don't either, because Kaylee doesn't come off to me as like she would even look at him twice. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Definitely not her type.
He's just so arrogant and cocky, the way his tone and his stance alone, guys. Even his stance, he's very arrogant, and that's not.
But I believe that's history, family history too.
It could be, yeah. I don't know a lot. I've tried to dig. I've read a little bit about his sisters. His father comes off to me as a weirdo. I can't gather.
That's who I'm talking about when I say family history.
Gotcha.
The whole women are to him lower class than him, so it's okay to speak to him like that.
Which his father.
So maybe that's
history, family history.
Gotcha. So his father probably treats his mother that way too. Then I could, that makes a lot of sense, Lisa. All right. Well, that being said, again, unless anybody else has anything else on this, it's time to move on to Miss Anna. And this guy in this case too. Good Lord. This guy is nuts. For those of you that don't know about it, I'll give it to you this way, I guess. Her name is Anna, or Anna, however you want to pronounce it. Walsh. Her husband's name is Brian. And he looks like an actor. I can't think of who it is right now. He reminds me of an actor. But the guy just is odd.
Sorry, can I just answer this on the chat?
Absolutely. Do what you need to do.
Molly and Fupa. Yeah, it is Fupa. Anxiety. Guys, I suffer from severe anxiety. Believe it or not. I know where you're coming from. This is what I'm talking about. Believing in yourself, guys. School is minimal. Believe it or not, once you start it. And don't think it's easy for me to say that I'm just shrugging off your anxiety. I know it's not, but if you can get through that first day, you'll find school will help you out getting through that. On top of that, it's not the schooling, because when you have anxiety, you work yourself up more, as you know.
Yep.
And that's what's holding you back. It's actually not the schooling. It's when you start your first day of working with other people. And if you suffer from anxiety, as I say, I do severely, and I have to make sure I've dotted my I's and crossed my T's when I work with somebody. That's what makes you better workers. Your anxiety actually makes you better at your job, believe it or not. I just wanted to point that out. So if you can, try not to let that hold you back.
Hello? I don't know what happened. Whoever that was, I will call you back here real quick. It had to have been somebody from here.
His mum was domineering. His dad doesn't strike me as the one that wore the pants in the marriage. Really, Pink?
It could be the other way around.
Watch his dad's mannerisms. You're welcome, girls, ladies.
Hello?
Don't let it knock you back.
Okay, so that was a telemarketer. Anyway. Anyway. All right, I think I've covered. I think we got everything in chat. Okay.
You know how I think, I'm not going to say I know, you know how I think his mum's not domineering? Who went with him to drive home?
His father, yeah.
If his mum was domineering, you know who would have been there? His mum.
Yeah. And now that you
or his dad wouldn't be there, or they both would have been there.
Right, and now that you said that, when he was stopped in Indiana, the one video I showed you guys where he was pulled over, his father spoke before he did. He didn't even get a chance to talk. His dad did. So that there you go. Thank you, Lisa. That's proof positive. Good point. Good point. I never thought of that until just right this moment. So yeah. All right, everybody. So Anna Walsh, we'll pull this up here, let you guys see this. For those of you that aren't familiar with this one yet, it's sad in my opinion thus far. But I'm pretty sure I know who did this. I'm pretty sure anybody that knows about this who did it, it's just now the proving part of it. So and why, of course, motive is one of the most important things in any of these cases, and so on and so forth. Where is she? So, and you know what, Fupa, now that I said that before, and a lot of people disagreed with me for whatever reason, I feel like his father knows about this.
Yep.
I feel like his dad knew. He told his dad, and dig on his dad. If we could dig on his dad, I bet you we could find some interesting things. I bet you we could.
Yeah, I think the same thing.
Not that I know of yet.
Father. Well, his father knows of certain things.
Well, let's ask this. Obviously, the kid drove to school with the car. Okay, why did his father have to fly there to drive back with him? I think he wanted him to, so that he could say, "Hey, I did this, and what do you think I should do?" And so on and so forth. Blah blah blah. And I think that's why him and his father both acted, quote unquote, surprised when he was arrested. And I feel like his dad knows everything. That's my opinion.
Well, that's the way I saw it. Or the other way is to think of it too, just to play a little devil's advocate, is that maybe he got his dad to drive home with him so that the police are less likely to say it was him that did it because his dad was with him. That would be the only other reason.
That's very possible. Very possible, to be honest with you. I just feel like from the moment that I realized his father was in that car with him, that made me think that he knows everything. I really think he does. I do.
I miss Brandy.
Even the way he rocked up at court, his first court case, the way the father was dressed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you notice he was actually dressed better on driving home than what he was when he went to court?
Yep. My wife made a comment about that too. She was like, he looks like he's going to McDonald's, not court,
Yeah.
So it was kind of like, I guess not that important to him. And they're both very, you can definitely see where the arrogance come from and the cockiness. The father's that way. He kind of, I was watching that video when the cop from Indiana, where the state trooper was talking to him, and he kind of was like talking over the cop in a way too,
Yeah.
Like, I'm in charge here, you're not. I don't care if you're a cop or not. This is what it is. That's what it is. And just, okay, whatever. Brian, I don't think Brian said 2 words that whole conversation. His father spoke everything. So,
and his dad cut him off a couple of times there too.
Yeah, exactly. And I think like he probably would have said more if the cop wouldn't have shut him down there for a minute. It's whatever. I don't know. I don't think he would have bragged about nothing burger teaching at Walsh if he knew. Well, I don't know. I thought about that orphan, and I wonder if he was trying to say that to make him look more important at that situation right then and there. You know what I mean? But then again, who knows? I could be completely wrong about all of this. This is all, again, pure speculation. You know, we do our think tanks, and that's what we do. Whatever we come up with is what we come up with. You know, we can't, nothing's written in stone. Nothing is the real deal for sure until we find out, guys. So that's what it is. So this new monster we're looking at here is Brian Walsh, as you guys will find out if you already don't know.
Let's all start dating Brian's.
Yeah. That's the name of the year. He does, doesn't he? Anna, look like a Joe Pesci, or not even Joe Pesci. There's another guy that he's a comedian, and I can't think of his name right now.
Danny DeVito comes to mind.
He does have that little Italian
Yes.
Who was the
Thank
guy?
you.
Who was the guy that was in The Wedding Singer? His name was John. He played when they were looking for Adam Sandler was with what's her name? And they were looking for bands, and this guy had his band, and he was very cocky. He always plays that part. I never liked this guy as an actor, but his name is John, not John Belushi, not John Leguizamo. Good Lord.
Yeah, I can't help you. And I love The Wedding Singer.
It's not Belushi, Green Eyes, because he passed away a long time ago. His brother's still alive, but it's not him. It's not Bill Murray either. John, good Lord, he looks just like this guy. John Hamm. Nope.
I know that, Miss Brandy.
Oh my God. This is gonna drive me nuts. Hold on. I don't mean to put you guys on hold. I gotta figure this out. Tell me the cast of The Wedding Singer. He played a real quick part.
He's the one that says, and I'm reaping the rewards.
Yes, him. What the hell?
Yeah, can't think of his name.
It's John something. It's not John Larroquette.
John Hamm?
Nope, it's not John Hamm.
Sawaski?
Nope.
John.
He's a comedian, but he's never been funny to me. I can't. It's not John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt either. John. Are you kidding me? They're going to show everybody but him in here.
I don't know, Molly.
Jimmy. He played his first name in the movie was Jimmy something. Jimmy whatever, but that doesn't help me.
Jimmy Moores.
That was the band name, yeah. John Lovett. Thank you.
I thought they were talking about a crime that happened at the university that he went to, not a mass shooting. Oh, sorry, I'm on a different thing than you. I was just answering Molly.
It is.
You know, when he got pulled over and they mentioned about the crime that happened at the university?
Yeah.
It wasn't a mass shooting, was it?
No, it was something that happened at Washington not that long before that. I can't remember what the hell it was. They had a guy like pinned down. I think it was something like that. And oh my God.
Yeah, there was nothing mentioned about a mass shooting.
No.
I do know of a shooting but that was after that. After he was in jail.
I can't think of it right now. But yeah, John Lovitz is who I was talking about, guys. He looks just like him to me. It's weird. Anyways, moving on with this. All right. Let me know about the audio, everybody.
See this guy, the one being let out in handcuffs here? That's Brian Walsh, the husband of a Massachusetts mother of 3 who has been missing for over a week. So far, he's only been charged with misleading police, but it was a trip to Home Depot that raised even more red flags. Let's New Year's Day. That's a his 39-year-old wife, Anna, reported until when her notified the police. Per police affidavit, Brian said that Anna told him that Anna never took a rideshare from their home to the airport nor boarded any plane. Brian also said the morning he last saw Anna, he went to see his mother in Swampscott and did some shopping at a CVS and a Whole Foods on her behalf. Per prosecutors, surveillance footage proved that to be a lie as well. Prosecutors said that Brian was captured on security cameras traveling to a Home Depot on January 2nd, where they say he bought $450 worth of supplies such as mops, tarps, and a bucket. During Brian's court appearance, Assistant Norfolk DA Lyndon Bland said investigators found a bloody knife in the basement of their home. Brian is currently on probation because of a separate fraud case that can only leave his home during certain times. Prosecutors said that his trip to Home Depot coincided with the time he was allotted to pick up his children from school, which was closed on January 2nd. Brian Walsh's next hearing is scheduled for February 9th.
Okay. So she got all that out real quick. You guys are talking about Ron Jeremy.
Oh, ew.
Joining us today.
Don't ask how I know that.
I wasn't
He
going
does
to.
look like Ron Jeremy too.
Mm-mm.
Well, fine then.
Joe's giving out his secrets. We know what he does in his spare time.
No, he definitely. See, there it is. That's why I said don't ask how I know that.
It's all right, Joe.
Actually,
you don't have to hide it now.
I think it was a show called The Surreal Life he was on. That's how I figured out who he was. Him and Vanilla Ice were on there. Okay. So, Anna Walsh went missing New Year's Day, the early morning hours of it, blah, blah, blah. Now they have her husband in custody, obviously, because they think he did it, which I do too, because I just do. And there's a lot of things.
Quick, I need to say something. Need to say something about that. Sorry. Now, remember everybody going on about looking at Jack, Kaylee's ex,
right?
And I bring up that Madison had an ex too. Now, doesn't this prove it? Because most of the time it is their exes or their husband or their partners, is it not?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's why everybody automatically went to Jack and
That's right
about that, because that's just how it happens. You know what I mean?
It's the same as if something happened to anybody close to us, we would be looked at. You can't scream about it. That's what's going to happen. Me personally would walk into the police station and say, do whatever you got to do to prove it wasn't me.
Me too. And that's what
sorry, I just wanted to make that point before.
No, we're off of Idaho now, Schmoopy. But yeah, absolutely.
It's just what happens.
The police have even said that is usually automatically the first suspect as a spouse.
Yes.
And either way. So or a partner, or the other half. Either way. So yeah, that makes so much sense.
So we apologize, Jack D. However,
again,
we didn't actually say you definitely did it, and on top of that, we didn't come after you or threaten you or belittle you in any way.
Yes,
just wanted to make that point.
Smoothie. What was it yesterday? We were calling her Smoothie
Booty.
Smoothie Booty. That's it. I told you I was going to remember that. I love that. That was hilarious. Smoothie Booty. Welcome back, Smoothie Booty.
God, how did we get on to John Holmes?
Because somebody said he looked like a porn actor, and John Holmes was very tall, really skinny, and of course everybody knows the other side of him, but
Yep.
Unfortunately.
Yes, but yeah, this guy Ron Jeremy's a short, Italian-looking, hairy. He looks like an ugly koala bear. That's what he reminds me of, is an ugly koala bear. Smoothie Booty. Yeah, they very.
It was very well said, Mama Bear.
What did you say, Mama Bear?
Said unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
When you said the other side of him.
Yeah, the other side of him, unfortunately,
Yeah.
still blows my mind. Mm-hmm.
It blew his too.
Yeah, sure did. And quite a few other people's too, I'm guessing. Yeah, he's in prison for, of all things, the R word. He's in prison for that, Smoothie. Schmooby. Now I'm calling you that regularly. Smoothie. Smoothie booty. Anyway, yeah, he's in prison for the R word. But then, you would think in the line of work that he's in that you really wouldn't have to do that. But so he did. Yeah, he does look like Wario. Wario or Mario. You never saw the other side of him? Well, that's a good thing, Kim.
Yeah, neither did I.
That's probably a good thing. I don't think I would have ever wanted to see. I'd probably run from something like that just because it's like not normal at all. I'll answer most things. Yes, you will. Yes, I'll answer to most things.
And the guy you were just talking about that's locked up for the R word?
Yeah.
Because it was probably the one girl that turned him down.
Exactly. Well, here's the thing with him. He was not an attractive guy. He got into that industry because he got into that industry, and he had other attributes, I'm guessing. But he was not an attractive guy, so he probably forced himself, because I guess from what I understand, with him being in prison, there's multiple counts of this too. So it's not just one person, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's like a power play, exactly, because he thought he's Ron Jeremy, I can do what I want to do, whatever.
Yeah, I get it all the time. You don't get to turn me down. They get that mentality because that's what they do all the time.
Yep.
And on top of that, what you said is they don't really have to have any attributes, really.
No.
They have what every other male has, and it doesn't take a lot of acting now, does it?
Not really. Not really.
Somebody having a Coke too, Fupa? Get me too, instead of Pepsi.
When he was on the Surreal Life, somebody had asked him why he got into that that line of work, and then how he got into it, because they were making fun of him because he does look like an evil little dirty koala bear. That's what he looks like to me.
Don't pick on the koala bears.
An evil, dirty little koala bear.
Don't insult the drop bears.
Well, you know what I mean. Yes. So, that being said, I just lost my complete total train of thought. Damn it.
That's because you picked on the drop bears.
It must have been. Oh, somebody had asked him how and why he got into that line of work, and they were insinuating that he was an ugly little creeper looking type thing when they were saying it to him, right? Mm-hmm. And he said because he could make himself do something like that without having any kind of effects to cause that, if you know what I'm saying. That's why they liked him. So it's like, okay. Yeah, Jen, that's better. He's a troll with a stupid hairdo, and But anyway, so that's how he got into the industry. That's what they liked about it. So whatever.
All right, so moving on.
Moving on.
I don't know how we got onto this.
Somebody brought it up in chat about the porn star thing. So there we go. Moving on.
No, we went from to Bobbit to John to.
Who brought up Bobbit?
What?
Somebody said Bobbit.
Somebody said Bobbit. Somebody bring up
boba tea. I see it.
Boba.
Aren't those the
Bobbit? Sorry, because he's. Yeah, anyway, moving right along.
Yeah, the boba tea. Aren't those the teas with the little balls in them? The tiny little bubble balls.
Sorry, I read that completely wrong.
No, I can see how you can make that mistake.
This conversation. Back to Brian Walsh.
Brian, Anna and Brian. Yes. Here we go. Moving on. Never fails. Never fails. Never fails.
I'm so sorry.
I love you guys. I love each and every one of you guys so much. Oh, that's okay, Lisa. No, before I even do this, yesterday, I was on myself, We were talking about like kids
Talk about
shows.
putting your foot in your mouth.
Yeah, right. So we're talking about kids shows that used to be on that we all liked and this and that, and then our kids watched, right? So I'm sitting here doing this, doing that, and I talk fast sometimes, and I said I was trying to explain the word. Remember the group The Wiggles? Did you ever see that? Like 5 guys that like the Lisa's.
Yes.
You're okay. Yep. She goes. Well, I was saying it, and when I said it, I didn't say Wiggles. I said like WIGGERS, and it came out really fast, and I was like, oh, whoops, and everybody in the thing went, oops, yeah, right. And then I just started laughing. I laughed. I gotta say, I was laughing out loud. Mama Bear left the chat completely and came back in.
I had to. I was laughing too hard.
Like, are you done now? Schmooby was laughing. I almost had to go to the bathroom. That's how hard I was laughing because I just came out like that, And then my dumb mind envisioned a 1990s TV show called that, and I envisioned people immediately for that. I'm like, why am I thinking about this? So it was crazy.
It's all right. It's just reading chat. I don't know if I'm doing Jack job.
Don't get me started. I'm just saying it was funny. And as soon as I said it, I'm like, nope, that's not what I was saying.
Did you pull your foot out of your mouth after that?
For the rest of the day, I was pulling on my knee and it still wouldn't come out. I was laughing too hard.
How red did you go? I know you would have gone red.
Oh, I had the camera. I did this because I was laughing too damn hard. I couldn't do it. It definitely went to left field for sure. It was fun though.
Yeah.
I told my hubby and couldn't get it out because I kept. Oh. Yeah, it was too funny. Too funny. And here's my mother-in-law's here. She heard me say it and she goes, why were you talking and saying that? Yes, I said it was an accident. It came out. She goes, okay. I was wondering what you were talking about. And I'm like, yeah. Definitely wasn't a purposeful conversation, but yeah, it was definitely funny though, Lisa. I'm sorry you missed it because it was way. Everybody in the chat was lost it immediately. So, anyway, let's bring this over here. Yeah, yesterday was supposed to be What's New Wednesday. That's what we were supposed to do, and it turned into Whatever Goes Wednesday is what it was, I think. So somebody brought up to talk about a toy or something, and then we looked at all 80s toys, talked about that, and everything else. So it was just a whatever thing. Kim said she's never heard me laugh like, oh. Yeah, it can be kind of, so what did you say? I'm not saying it again. Definitely not going to say it again, Molly. Nope. Just, okay, listen. I spelled it out, Molly. Molly wasn't here yesterday because she had a headache. I was talking about the Wiggles. You hear me saying it slowly so I get it out the right way. The TV show The Wiggles, Molly. And I said it quickly because I was talking fast. And I said WIGGERS instead. You can't spell. Okay. I'm not saying it again. I'm not going to say it. I'm telling you I'm not going to say it. You can push me all you want. You're not going to get me to say it. I know what she's trying to do now. Evil cat.
Well done, Molly. Well done.
Her and Heather both started my day off yesterday, and the thing yesterday sending me these crazy pictures. Mama Bear was in there. It actually literally scared me. Yes, instead of Wiggles, L was less. It was Say it again. Shut up, Strike. I'm not saying it again. Moving on. I love you guys. Moving on. And then I was
back to Brian.
Yeah, there you go. Wandering Ears is saying wig ears. It was kind of close to that. I'm not saying it.
Yeah.
So no, I'm not saying it. It was close to what Wandering said. Anyway, I was completely humiliated. And I said, nope, don't do it. Yeah, replay. Go back and watch the replay if you want to see it. But the white wannabe rappers with their pants to their butts. Okay, yeah, if you want. Oh,
you go.
All right, Molly. Yeah, and it just came out, and then I looked at the camera, I looked down, I looked back up, and I know I turned different color. I was embarrassed, and I'm like, nope. Tried to fix it. It's whatever. It was over. So anyway, and like I said, everybody laughed for quite a while. I think like an hour and a half later, smoothie. I can't even say that now. Smoothie booty said that she was laughing still like an hour and a half later. So were you talking about nothing, Burger? Wait, very well could have been, or very well could have been. It was funny. All right, folks, moving on.
Yeah, that could never be no M&M now.
I know. Nope. He definitely ain't the real Slim Shady, that's for sure. Neither am I.
Now I'm thinking about the trailer park girls. They're not running around the outside. They're just running away.
Yeah. To trailer park. Yeah, get it all out. Laugh it all out.
Sorry.
I never felt so. Brian. I never felt so stupid in my life. I'm telling you right now. Brian on the brain. Traffic looking for my chapstick. What are you talking about, Molly? Traffic looking for my. What is that?
She's in traffic looking for her chapstick. Would that be right, Molly?
Hold on, everybody.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Able to use the drain pump.
Hello, guys.
It was how serious you said it.
Yeah, I had to keep asking my, are you done now? Are you done now?
John Wayne Bobbitt would call it a hat trick. Okay, leaving that alone. Well and truly. I think his ex did that enough. I thought she was staying a rap. Traffic, looking for my chapstick.
She's rapping.
Okay, thank you, Molly. You should get up and do that. Does anybody know how Anna met her husband? No, Paul, I don't actually. Yeah. But they're so... You would never have picked her to be with him, would you? You wanted a freestyle? Molly, we need a freestyle. Oh, Malibu's Most Wanted. I haven't seen it, hun. Sorry.
I think I've ever seen it.
No, I haven't seen it.
Rent-a-Bride situation?
Are you talking about Anna and Brian Walsh? Was a Rent-a-Bride? Oh, yeah, that's what I believe, Green Eyes. That's usually what it's done for. If I can't have you, nobody else will. I was just wondering if she was too. Maybe it's a male order. Oh, it could be, Paula.
Anna, I think it was in Massachusetts.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you? How are you?
G'day, mate.
G'day. Hello, governors.
I'm not saying that ever again.
What?
The word you keep making me say. See, I don't say it.
What, governor?
No, mate.
Mate?
Oh, no, I said it again.
Oh,
See, 3
you can
times,
say
4
mate.
times tonight. Actually, I've said it today, this morning.
This morning.
Today,
mate. That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Thank you, Paul Hogan.
Yes. Steak and lobster and a beer.
Call that a knife? This is a knife.
Yeah, that's what made David actually like me initially, because I did that one time on one of my streams and he was like, do it again. That was awesome. I'm like, well, ain't I kind of making fun of you? He was like, no, I love it. Okay.
Mr. Paul Hogan that painted the Sydney Harbour Bridge.
Oh, did he?
Yep, before he ever became a movie star. He actually painted the Sydney Harbour Bridge.
I loved Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah, he used to like Paul Hogan until he played up on his wife.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
That I did not know. Hello, Governor.
Yeah,
How
the
are you?
woman was in Crocodile Dundee.
That blonde
his
woman?
wife for her. Yes.
Oh, well, that makes sense now. Okay. I've heard of that happening a lot when actors and actresses work together in these movies and stuff, that they have a tendency to get a little too close sometimes, and then,
Yep.
Sadly, it shouldn't be that way.
No.
I would never do that to my love. I love her too much.
Yeah, and I lose all respect for him after that. I don't care who it is.
It doesn't make sense to me. Like, if you love somebody, how does that remotely even make sense? It does. Obviously you didn't, or you wouldn't be able to do something like that. So
that's it. I believe I don't begrudge anybody from separating or getting a divorce. However, to play up on them,
do it
and
first,
then leave them for the other person, no.
I've always said that.
Done your dash with me, I'm out.
Yep, I've always said that. Like, look, with my first wife, she slept with everybody in the county except for me. And I was married to her. So, and I told her, I said, why don't you just tell me that, we'll break up, instead of doing that and making me look like the fool, Of course, she denied she did it, but then everybody that I met had slept with her. So, it is what it is.
Who else?
I think he was older.
Yeah, he was older. He was a fair bit older than her, actually.
Welcome back, Strike. You went grocery shopping that fast?
And actually, she's American.
Yeah, she is. I can't think of her name right now.
No, I can't either.
What the heck is her name? Here we go again.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because they're insignificant to me. Sorry.
So they're together now still?
As far as I know.
I didn't think she was all that anyway.
No, his wife was lovely.
Obviously, he was a pisser to begin with.
I would say so.
Mm-hmm. Now you just made me lose all the respect I had for him.
Sorry.
I don't like him anymore. Damn it. I'm just kidding.
Sorry.
No, I don't. I did lose the respect for him that I had. Linda Kozlowski. Nope, that's not her. That's the other one.
That's well said, Paula.
One time this guy told me his wife had slept with everybody in town, and I said, well, at least it's not a big town. Thank you, Paula. That makes everything so much better now. Sadly, where I lived was a huge town. That's the problem. So
now you got him thinking.
Yeah, so the creature I was married to is just that. I'm not even going to get into it anymore. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody go shopping that fast in my life, Strike. What did you buy? Like a piece of bread and an egg? Hey up, Coca. That's how we say hi around. I don't even know what the hell you guys are talking about.
And yes, Jen, that's what I call them too, home wreckers.
Yeah, 100% home wrecker.
I couldn't imagine a married guy coming up to me saying he's married, but, going, oh, actually, I'll rephrase that. I've had guys come up to me and pour their heart out about how they're unhappy in their marriage and all the rest of it, but they're in love with somebody else. And my answer to them is, you leave that one first.
Yep. That's how you do it.
And like I say to the women who are involved in it, don't think he won't do it to you.
That's right.
If he'll do it with you, he'll do it against you.
And do you know that the creature I was married to before the love of my life, she got mad when when Brandy, my wife now, got pregnant with Caden, okay? Mm-hmm. And through this big holy hell, I went to pick up my kids from her house one day, threw herself all over the front yard, crying, freaking out, and said, we would have got back together if she wouldn't have gotten pregnant, because now you're stuck with her. No, we wouldn't have. We were done, sweetheart. Period. You got too many boyfriends for me to be married to, so sorry.
Yeah.
And I do call her a creature.
That's the trouble with people that play up like that. They tend to think that the person they're doing it to, they can have them back at a drop of a hat.
Well, that's
especially if you let them get away with it a couple of times. Then they have that attitude of, you'll always be there if I go like this.
I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see you say that at all, Schmooby. That way I have no link to it whatsoever if it ever happens. Okay? End of story. A lot of folks in Missouri have a slight southern accent, and in St. Louis, it's a lot of folks have. Oh, okay.
My lips are sealed.
Round her. The creature. She is a creature. Listen, has anybody ever seen what's that movie called? The Lord of the Rings? We all know that movie, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember that thing that was sitting out in the water on the rock? I think its name was Gollum.
Mm-hmm.
I was married to one of those with hair. That's all I can tell you. That I'm just telling you, that's what she looks like now to me. She reminds me of Gollum. Yes, thank you, Jen. Gollum. That's it, Smoothie. Smoothie booty. It's Gollum.
Being the fact that I'm a lady, I'm not even going to describe my ex.
And here's the thing. I would never, ever disrespect a woman. You guys know that. I love women. I give women the utmost respect ever. The thing I was married to is not a woman. That's the difference. She did bear a couple children. I'll give her that much. That's all she's done. So she's a creature of the night. There's a creature in my closet. I hear him rumbling around. The screaming in the distance creates such a humming sound. Okay, Poopa. All right, we're good. Yes, my precious. Everything was her precious. She took everything I had. But I gave it to her just so I could get away from her. So that was help too. So, you know, we'll have your back, Smoothie booty. Damien, you're singing a song, aren't you? Anyway, I got to play this video, guys. Quit distracting me. My ADHD is in full effect right now.
Meanwhile,
that is Jelly Roll, right? Jelly Roll. All right, let me play this. And we are off.
This morning, potential Walsh evidently found the disappearance of Massachusetts mother Anna Walsh.
She's so
ABC
pretty
affiliate
too.
WCVB reports investigators discovered a hacksaw and a bloody rug while searching this trash transfer station about 40 miles from Walsh's home.
The canines were in her yard. They looked in that car.
The 39-year-old mother of three was last seen in the early hours of New Year's Day, scheduled to take a flight for work that she never made.
There's no way Anna would abandon her children or her job. Immediately, I'm like, something is not right.
She was reported missing by her employer and her husband, Brian Walsh, who right now is in jail, charged with misleading the investigation, to which he's pleaded not guilty. But prosecutors said they found a bloody knife in the Walsh's basement. Overnight surveillance video newly obtained by WCVB shows Brian Walsh at a juice bar on January 2nd, the day after his wife went missing. The same day, he reportedly spent $450 at a Home Depot on cleaning supplies.
Exactly,
and
Mike.
He's required to report his whereabouts while awaiting sentencing for art fraud.
Look at this cocky. God.
Was very reluctant to.
She is really doing, but yeah, this is probably what happened, guys. She probably realized that she was dating or married to, John Lovitz, the idiot, and didn't want to be anymore, sadly. And here we are. So do I, Orphan. I agree. That smiling, yeah, I agree with you, Schmooby. That smile, it makes me so mad. I want to grab this guy and just bash his face in. It makes me sick. That thing, that I'm such a nice person. I'm so laid back. I'm not violent, but when I see people do stuff like that, it just makes me sick. That's the one thing that will bring the violence out of me. I'll be honest with you.
She's so mismatched them too. Yeah, she's very stunning.
Very, very, very beautiful woman, and obviously intelligent. Like what the hell? And you're with this idiot that's already in trial for fraud and this and that and everything else. Like I just don't get it. She deserves so much.
Yeah, I would say she was leaving him.
Probably. I almost guarantee it. If you were worried where your wife was, you would not. Exactly, Schmooby. He's not worried about nothing. He knows exactly where she is. Yeah. But what a genius. You spend $450 on cleaning supplies and leave it. Yeah, right. Well, he is, Captain Dumbass here. Excuse the language. Moving on. I just had to say that because this guy makes me sick. Made of rubber. Fraternities or spirit walking humans. For what video? Okay. Interesting. I have no clue what that it's all about.
I'm lost.
Me too, but that's okay. Back to the video.
You've lost me, mate.
Admit guilt. And, a lot of evidence. He's strung out things a long time.
Court records show Anna wrote a letter to the judge in that case, praising her. He brought the family joy and comfort despite having a difficult childhood.
God, such a beautiful woman.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that, Red, actually. You're right. She did sell her condo too. So, yeah, I reckon she was leaving him. Sorry?
Nothing. I'm sickened by this whole thing. All right, guys. There's another one for you. And then we'll get into him a little bit and as much as I don't want to talk about him, we will for a minute.
Okay, thank you, Made of Rubber. Now I know what you're talking about.
That's when you hop into another body. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Made of Rubber. It's an interest. You guys in your names cracks me up. I love it.
And Fupa comes up with Rubber Band.
Oh, right. Rubber Band, Made of Rubber, Rubber Made, Rubber Man.
Okay, Red, I didn't know that, though. Then I'm guessing she was getting out in a hurry.
Yeah, that's probably why he was.
Yep.
I bet she knew something that would have damned him since she was with this case that he's in court for right now. One of his eyes. Yeah, he does kind of remind me of Bill the Cat. Does anybody know who Bill the Cat is?
No.
There was a cartoon or a comic that used to be in the newspapers, for better or worse. And Bill the Cat, he had one big eye, one little eye. Looked like he was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's who this guy reminds me of a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, for that, you're playing, oh, God. Minecraft. Stop it. My grandkids have been driving me insane with Minecraft. I can't get away from it.
I went through that years ago. Luckily, I don't have to deal with it anymore.
God.
He's moved on to that new game that, what's it called? Fortnite? Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a big game player, but my grandkids are, because they're looking after them. I've got Nan, sit down and play Minecraft with us. And then I've got to hear all about it.
Yeah, well, it's addicting too. Because when you start building houses and stuff out of blocks and stuff, I spent like 8 hours one day doing it. When he wanted his game back, I wouldn't give it back to him.
Yeah, no, that's not me. It's like you have 50,000 other games that have better graphics in it. But no, Minecraft.
It was very popular.
I thought now if I could just break out the Atari
Oh
You
yeah.
remember old Atari? Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Yeah, combat, or what was the one breakout where you just hit the ball back and forth and break the blocks?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Mega Mania, Pitfall. Those were the great games. I don't think I can handle the graphics on them now, considering what we have now. But you know, I used labradorites. So, okay, they're talking about crystals and stuff. I got you. Anyway, moving along.
Back to Brian.
The I-Team breaking new details.
What's that?
I said
What'd you
back
say?
to Brian. Back to
Yes.
Brian.
Yeah. By the way, I gotta say I'm enjoying today a lot. Lisa, I'm glad you're here and back today. And Mama Bear, thank you for joining us. I'm really enjoying today. I'm having a good time. So thank you guys so much for that. I don't play games like that anymore, Strike, so I don't know. The eyes aren't meant to see that many colors at once. Prior. Okay. Yeah, that's true too.
Tonight here at 8 o'clock, we have learned that police have been collecting video visited his wife's. The I-Team reporting that investigators have video showing him near a liquor store dumpster in Swampscott that is across the street from his mother's condo. Sources say no physical evidence was found at that location.
Why are these so short? I downloaded all these clips and now they're all. I probably should have watched them a little bit better, but you know. 1 second here. Okay. I hope they fry this guy. That's all I got to say. This woman was such a pretty woman. She probably had everything going for her. And he was jealous.
Investigators processing potential evidence collected after hours of searching through garbage late into the night at this trash transfer station north of Boston. Law enforcement sources told CNN materials found included a hacksaw, torn up cloth material, and what appears to be bloodstains. The Norfolk District Attorney not commenting on the specifics of what was found, only to say the search resulted in a number of items which will now be subject to processing and testing to determine if they are of evidentiary value. Sources also tell CNN investigators found disturbing searches on Brian Walsh's internet records as they looked into the disappearance of his wife, which included how to dispose of a 115-pound woman's body and how to dismember a body. Walsh is being held on a charge of misleading investigators. He pleaded not guilty. Prosecutors described chilling details during his arraignment of what they say investigators found at the family home in Cohasset.
During that time, they found blood in the basement. Blood was found in the basement area, as well as a knife, which also contained some blood.
Walsh's attorney not commenting on the case. Her office telling CNN she wants to focus on Walsh's defense. During his arraignment, she said her client is cooperating with investigators.
Mr. Walsh has given several interviews. We have consented to searches of his home. We have consented to searches of his property.
Brian Walsh told police he last saw his wife New Year's Day. A friend of the couple says the last time he saw them, nothing seemed out of the ordinary.
We hugged and celebrated and toasted and just what you do over New Year's.
The 39-year-old mother of three wasn't reported missing until January 4th. Her workplace said she didn't show up. Investigators discovered her husband made purchases at a Home Depot on January 2nd.
He's on surveillance at that time, purchasing about $450 worth of cleaning supplies. That would include mops, bucket, tops, T-Vicks, drop cloths.
Anna Walsh's friends say they now fear the worst.
She would not, by her own choice, go a day without speaking to her husband or her children. Like, that's very out of character.
I'll tell you what probably happened, everybody. I'll be honest with you. alcohol, New Year's Eve. They were probably drinking. Okay. She probably told him the truth about what she thinks of him. Has probably was leaving him. Okay. And he probably went off. She's small. I could see that he could probably overpower her. And one thing led to another, and that was it. And then obviously we know what he did with the hacksaw, sadly. I wanna break his nose and fix it. That's how bad I can't stand this guy. Just looking at him makes me sick. And it's mainly because of this stupid smirk that he has every time he's looking at the camera. You know what I mean?
Because he doesn't care.
He doesn't.
Won. He's won. Nobody else can have her.
Disgusting. Makes me sick. Completely sick and disgusting. So obviously everybody's in agreement that that this guy did this. Let's see here. I don't think there is any updates on this besides what we just looked at. God, people are so screwed up anymore. And then the idiot went in and searched these things. Like, who does that? Come on. Who is the anybody that's going to do this? You're not going to go in your computer and search that. Like, it seems like he didn't even care.
He doesn't. That's so mixed match thing too.
I guess that's it. Nothing new, but this is we all know what's going on with this case. It is horrible. You weren't here, Lisa, just to give you a little bit of an
Authorities in Brian Walsh's home today around 3, wrapping up their days-long search.
What is their future going to be?
Anna and Brian Walsh's 3 young boys in deaf custody. Their mother has been missing for more than a week, and their father is being held on $500,000 bail.
That's one of my concerns. Is like, what about the children?
Starting out as her employee, then evolving into a friend. Stephen Fleury watched over Anna's 2, 4, and 6-year-olds while she supported her husband in court, facing federal charges for selling fake paintings. Fleury describes Anna as fiercely loyal and knew something was wrong when he heard she went missing.
So there is no way, once I was told that, like, there's no way Anna would abandon her children or her job. Immediately, I'm like, something is not right.
And never knew of.
There wasn't any time there was issue in their marriage.
But days before Anna Walsh went missing, her mother, who lives in Serbia, says she texted her, "Please, Mama, come tomorrow." In an interview, she says it means that clearly there must have been some problems. Friends of Anna's are distraught and devastated by her disappearance and can't help but worry her young boys won't ever get the chance to make more memories with their mother.
But the mothers have done how much a wonderful person she is.
State prosecutors say investigators found a bloody knife inside the basement of the home. No word yet on what else. WCVB News Center 5.
Thank you, Janine, for that.
And the sad part is,
how can you do that?
Those kids
to your
just lost
own
their mother and
kids?
father.
But how can you?
Right. That's
How
my thought.
selfish are you?
That's it right there, Lisa. He's completely and self-absorbed, selfish as all could be. Nothing more.
It's all about him.
He's trash. Unbelievable. Not that he was a good father to have, but they just lost both their parents. And look how little they are, how young they are. This is the rest of their life now. They have nothing now. It's unbelievable.
Yep.
Leave, walk away. Let the woman live her life. You have your children, move on, do what you got to do. I really think
because he owned her.
Yeah.
In his mind, he owned her. Yep.
A piece of property, and that disgusts me.
You will never leave me, lady.
I'll show you, and nobody else will ever have you either, like you just said.
Yep.
That's so damn sad. I hope that this guy fries. I do. I really do. This is one that I do have to say that I hope he sits in prison forever and sits there and realizes what he lost, what he could have. You know, I mean, and from what everybody's saying, this woman was severely devoted to him. For what? For what? She took care of everything. She supported him completely.
But I think that's what it was over, because she'd become undevoted and wanted out.
And I don't blame her. And this is what she gets for trying to live a decent, normal life.
Well, that whole painting thing and whatnot, I don't think she knew about it. And she might have stood by him through the court case and then decided now it's over.
Yeah.
Now that you've done that to me and the kids, I'm out.
Sounds to me like he was maybe embarrassed because, you know, she was supporting everything, and that was his way of trying to put his little bit in by doing something illegal, obviously. Or, like Paula just said, she may have threatened to expose more of his crimes, and then he snapped. And I feel that way too, Paula.
It could be.
Regardless, I hope he gets the rest of his life to sit and think about what he never will have again. His freedom, his children, and that gorgeous woman that didn't deserve any of that. Whatever. These people make me sick. I swear to God, they do.
These kids didn't deserve that either. They didn't deserve to have a father like that.
No. Not to change the subject, but to catch you up a little bit, Lisa, the other day, because I was trying to change it up a bit because we've spent so much time on Idaho. Now that this is done, we're going to follow the case, of course, through the trial and all that. But I've been trying to move on to some different things, and maybe even some cases that have gone slightly cold. So the other day we went over Daniel Robinson.
Yes. Oh, before you go into that, can I just read you something?
Please do.
Everybody. This is from a case I covered, right, on my channel, which was Helen Barnett.
Oh, yeah.
And I just want to read this because her best friend, Michelle, of 38 years, when I find it, couldn't have put it in better words of when somebody you love goes missing. And I'll read this to you. So this is from a friend from 38 years, right? When you lose someone, all of a sudden you have no choice but to live in a world you don't recognize. It feels dark even when it's daylight, lonely even when you are surrounded by people, only existing, unsure of your identity now. You can see life going on right in front of you. You even try to reach out and touch that world, but you aren't able to yet. People out there are just living their mundane lives and seem to not have a care in the world. You sometimes try to live in that world too. This involves fake smiles and pretend interests in small talk. Exhausting, so you choose to isolate instead. It would be nice to switch places with them and not have your loss constantly replaying in your mind, all those anxious thoughts. It's a rude awakening when everyone just keeps moving, laughing, making plans while you are suspended in time, just going through the motions with a pain so deep that you can't even exactly pinpoint where it is coming from. Invisible to others, but it... Sorry? Invisible to others, but it's there and it always hurts. People will say they are always with you, but where? It feels so long since you have heard their voice. You almost feel like you have been abandoned to roam the unrecognizable world alone. and on the other end feel guilty for trying to move forward without them. Loss is this way, a big ball of tangled up feeling, and it takes as long as it takes to move through these confusing emotions. It takes patience, lots of self-care, and being kind to yourself, because grief is is a lonely journey when you are the only one who truly understands how this particular loss feels. The afterglow. And that was from Michelle Kane.
Wow.
Really deep. Very
Couldn't
very
have put it.
beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
Very, very true and sad though.
Yeah.
I 100%. Yeah, for sure. Very beautiful.
Yeah, so I'm going to do another video on her on my channel when I've got the chance to update some more information.
Absolutely.
But I've reached out to the mainstream media here to try to get them to cover it.
Okay. Absolutely.
So sorry, I just thought since you were going to bring up Daniel Robertson, who deserves to be covered. His father has fought to find his poor son.
Yeah, I did. We went over him yesterday, or not yesterday. It's been a couple of days, but we went over him and kind of looked back. And I mean, there's nothing new really. They thought they had found some remains possibly, but that was not him. And then we went back and again looked at the Shanquella Robinson case. Nothing new there yet. And then one that has been bothering me from the beginning, and I can't let it be what it is Sean Daughtry. I don't know if you would remember that one. The 12-year-old.
It sounds familiar.
He was the 12-year-old. Go ahead, Mama Bear.
He was a 12-year-old that they said that he unalived himself.
Oh, yes. The one on the swing set.
Yes.
Yes.
And
he didn't do that.
No,
he did not do that.
There's no way. It doesn't make any sense.
No.
And that's been driving me insane. I mean, it really has bothered me. So we went and looked back into that. And again, you run into nothing but brick walls on some of these things. And there's nothing there. And it tells me, that tells a story by itself. The fact that there's nothing to look at, it tells the whole story. It says, and I said this to everybody in that case, it looks to me like there was a message that was left based on the whole scenario and the way they found him and all of that. So
yeah, that child didn't do that. Not in a million years.
No.
He couldn't have done it.
And I'll be honest, what I'm worried about now is his little brother, because I know his little brother saw whatever went on and couldn't talk enough to say some things at that point, really not enough to be important. But eventually, like, kids that age have very good memories. Okay. I know I can remember things when I was 2 years old with no fail.
Yep.
One of these days, he's going to be able to say this, and that scares me. It does. Okay. So that's one of the main things I worry about. And I'd like for the truth to come out, because nothing that has been said about this case at all with Sean is true. Nothing about it is true. And it makes me so angry that law enforcement just blatantly said, this is what it was, end of story, moving along. No, there's no way at all that's how that happened, guys.
No.
You're right.
None of it makes sense.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened with everybody, Red, because he makes a very good point with this too. Unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation in the Sean case, and when you looked into it, you had to give up, and you really can't go any further. They have put up roadblocks in that whole scenario to where you can't go past anything. There's no way to find anything else out.
I personally think with the changing the clothes and everything, and the fact that he wasn't tested, I got a strange feeling that child was
essayed.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought.
And
I still, morning, Vicky. I agree with you. I don't like to talk about it either, but I agree with you. And the fact that he was wearing his father's work clothes, that sends a message to me. Okay.
Yep, it does to me too.
100% sends a message to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why wasn't he tested for SA?
The same as the stuff out of the shed that was used.
Yeah.
Also sends a message.
Yep, it absolutely does. The fact that they expect everybody to believe that he unalived himself while his hands were tied so tightly to his side that it cut the circulation off. He had a bag over his head, and I explained this yesterday.
The cord out of
he was tied
the
with
motorbike helmet thing.
It's like a shoestring, basically. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all.
No child's going to use that.
No.
That belt that he had to hold his arms down, he would have used that. A child would have used that
Something
first.
like that. Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
And here's the biggest part of that, though, guys. This is why I know whatever happened to him happened inside the house, and he was brought out, and that was all staged, because when his sister found him, she used 3 fingers and went like this, and it released the string around his neck, which was not around his neck. It was here.
Yep.
That is not going to stop anything here, guys. Nothing. He was just set there like that. Period.
No, there was also other stuff in the parents' bedroom too. I know his clothes the clothes he had on were in the parents' bedroom too, weren't they?
They were missing. They never found them. His underwear.
Something was found in the parents' bedroom.
Yeah. His underwear was found on the floor in the bedroom of the parents. Yes.
Oh, thank you. And then he'd also made lunch for himself. No child that's going to do that is going to make lunch and then go out and do that.
He made himself. You're right. He made himself a snack. I think it was a pizza.
Yeah.
He was babysitting a 2-year-old child, his brother. He's not going to leave him alone and do that.
No.
No, not no, but hell no. The kid was happy. There was no signs of depression. There was none of it. No, it doesn't make sense. And here's the thing. The 2-year-old said that one of Sean's friends was chasing him around the house, hitting him. To a 2-year-old, seeing an adult could be his friend. Okay. Because that's a 2-year-old's mind.
Or he could have known him.
That's very possible too.
Which I think they did, to be honest.
It's very possible.
Because that was the first time that Sean actually minded his 2-year-old brother.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
The statement about the father's clothes tells me, my opinion, the person that did this knew the father or knew the family.
I think knew the family. I agree.
And it was a payback for something.
Or a warning for something.
Yeah.
And if you think about the jobs that both mother and father had, especially the mother's new job at the Pentagon, it was a warning. It was a warning. In my opinion, it was a warning. Why they chose that child, I don't know, but it was a warning. And as you've seen, nothing else has been said about it. Nothing.
Nope.
I've looked for it, can't find it. There's nothing. And like I said, you basically run into a brick wall. There's nowhere it stops.
Yeah,
why?
that was so odd. And why was it so dismissed so quickly that they could put it down to that?
Yes. Yeah. Anybody that would walk onto that scene, I don't care if you have medical, firefighting, EMS, law enforcement, any of that. Have a great day, Wandering. Thanks so much for joining us. Hope to see you soon.
Thanks, Wandering. Take care, love.
walking onto that scene would look at that if you had none of that experience whatsoever and know that's not how that happened.
Mm-hmm.
The hands being tied to his sides alone, he couldn't have done that, you guys. He couldn't have done that. Okay, and then put a bag over your head.
Yeah.
Like I said that the other day. In what order did he do these things? Because none of it fits. Okay, Kim, no problem. We'll be here. None of it fits, at all. Like a promotion, mom's new job, right, Vicky? That's what I was saying.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's not something a child would do.
No,
a child that's going to pass themselves over is going to do it the quickest way possible, and that's with the belt over the swing set. No bag. They're not going to go and tidiously pull a cord out of a motorbike helmet bag to use for a start. They're going to grab the first thing they can grab from inside. You think about all that stuff that he used, apparently, according to them.
Yeah.
That child had to go around the whole house.
Mm-hmm.
So what they're saying is he's gone and changed into his dad's clothes. Then he's gone looking for a cord. You're telling me there's no other cord in that house? There's no string on a pair of tracksuit pants or anything else that would have been thicker, even an extension cord. We're talking about a child, not an adult.
We had a scenario with a child that went to school with my kids.
Even a sheet.
Years ago, where the same thing happened. He was 12 years old. He got upset. He got in trouble about something. He went in his bedroom closet and used a belt and did it.
That's right.
Okay.
Yep. My nephew used the sheet.
Now, there was no dirt on the bottom of this kid's feet.
Mm-hmm.
His knees were touching the ground. Okay. Mm-hmm. And it was muddy and crappy in the backyard. Again, this is not going to cut off the airway to do something to you. Your chin has you have to come here or here. Okay, guys, here or here to do any kind of damage that way. I've seen multiple episodes like that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, Red, I would like to hear what the EMTs have to say about it, because you notice they're not allowed to talk about it. Why? Why haven't they come forward to talk about it? Because as a medical professional, if I would have walked up on the scene, the first thing I'd have said was, this is not right. Something doesn't fit here. Mm-hmm. This is not what happened. There were no ligature marks around his neck, guys. None. Why? If that's how he passed, there should be ligature marks around his neck, right or wrong. Okay.
Right. Yeah, right.
Red,
you can't pass yourself over by hanging without having marks around your neck.
Well, okay. And here's the other thing. Let me ask you a question. That chair that was sitting, if you look at the picture, it was sitting kind of off to the side. They moved it, but it was like a lawn chair that was sitting underneath where he was found, right?
Mm.
It was kind of sitting there, but like, if that was the case, how was he on his knees?
Mm.
Why were his knees on the ground and not on the chair? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's all wrong. The whole thing is wrong. They had climbing cords in the garage. The parents both said he knew where they were. Right, exactly.
Mm-hmm. But I could guarantee you that child could have found probably 100 other things inside the house.
Exactly.
Without going out to the garage and without putting the bag over his head and taking that cord out of the motorcycle bag, as well as getting the strap to hold his arms down. No 12-year-old child is going to pass themselves over that way.
The biggest red flag with this, guys, the biggest red flag is the belt around his waist.
Yeah.
It was so tight that his hands were blue, and that EMS was complaining and like struggling to get the belt off. That's how tight it was. He couldn't have done that to himself.
No.
not with his hands down like that. He couldn't have done that, you guys. There's no way.
No.
That's the number one and biggest red flag. I don't understand it.
And like you, that's exactly what I come to. Tell me the order he did it in.
Right. I want to know. I want to know.
Yes, so do I. And I want to know how he pulled that strap around his arms.
Because once your hands, okay.
Because he had to have his head in the thing first, right?
Okay.
Because he had the bag over his head. So before he put his arms down, he had to have his head in the noose, right?
I would think, yes.
Well, he can't do it after his arms are down.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So
he's not bending his head down and using his mouth to tighten that belt.
He couldn't have done that. There's no way.
No. And he can't use his hands when his hands are down by his side.
Right. And here's the thing. He was a very skinny child. Okay.
Yes.
So that belt had to be super tight.
Yep.
To turn his hands blue. That means it was ridiculously tight to cut the circulation off. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's no possibility whatsoever that happened that way. Anybody with any common sense is going to look at that and say, nope, no, that's not what happened. I said, and I truly believe, because his clothes were changed. There's a very good possibility that he was strangled. I'll put it that way. Okay.
Yep.
And there's a way to do that without leaving marks around somebody's neck.
Yes.
They're very well. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And once that happened, okay, and mind you, he was mid-snack. He didn't finish his snack either. He started to, but he didn't finish it.
Yeah, no, I know.
He was getting ready to jump on, and he was going to play his Fortnite game, I think it was, or something like that, which is exciting. And he's watching his little brother, so he's doing things, okay? He wasn't just not doing something, and somebody grabbed him. You know, the strangulation, in my opinion, is what I think happened, okay? And then they unclothed him, very possibly what you had said with the SA.
Mm-hmm.
Again, part of the message. Then they redressed him in his father's clothing and left it there, and then put the belt around him in the house, carried him outside, propped him up on the swing, staged it, and left.
Yep, that's what I reckon too.
The thing that bugs me.
You and I had the same conclusion to that. That's exactly how I saw it.
Right, exactly. And the only thing that
only thing is that, do you know why I believe it's somebody the family knows? Because that boy, for the first time, was minding his 2-year-old brother.
Mm-hmm.
That child wouldn't have let a stranger in that house.
No, you're absolutely correct.
So no. I would say whoever came to that door was known by the family.
Very good possibility.
Yeah, whether it's somebody that they worked with,
mm-hmm.
or a very close family friend. Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
Somebody of, let me put it this way. Let me rephrase this. Somebody that has power, okay, enough to look up to and go, okay, this I have to do with this person. You know what I'm saying, Lisa? You know exactly.
Yes, I know. That's exactly where I'm going. And the reason why the father's closed, I reckon it's a direct hit on the father.
Exactly. Thank you. That's what the message is. That's exactly what the message is.
Yep.
And the family posted the questions they had. A lot of people did after the fact, but then all of a sudden it all stopped. Huge power is correct, Vicky. Huge power.
Yeah.
Which in turn, enough power to make the police shut down.
Yep.
Because that's exactly what happened. And we all saw the other day, we watched the press conference with that. I guess he considers himself a police officer. To me, he's not, because it's trash.
Oh, I haven't seen the press conference.
That one was a joke, Lisa.
Was
he's an idiot. This guy is a complete, total idiot. And basically was telling the family that they need to move on. This is what it is. It's time to heal. Blah, 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 blah. Get out of here.
But they've been saying that all along.
Exactly. This is
like they virtually walked in and went, oh, yeah, he's done it himself. Now you need to get over it, move on. They've been saying that right from the start.
But he didn't.
Who's the yeah, anyway.
It disgusted me when I watched that press conference they did after the fact. It's like, are you kidding me? Do you really think people believe this? I mean, if they do, people that believe this are just not all there in the head. I'm sorry, or they just don't understand. They're not seeing it. I shouldn't say it like that. They're not seeing it for what it is what I'm trying to say. Is what I'm.
Or maybe they are, and maybe it's somebody in the police force. My opinion.
Huh?
It's somebody with power. Period.
Yeah.
It's somebody that can intimidate somebody else. That has enough power to intimidate somebody with power. If that's what I'm. You know what I'm. I know.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
No, word for word what I mean exactly.
Yep.
I'm just not going to say certain things because it is what it is. It drives me insane. It bothers me so bad. Some of these cases, you guys know, get to me.
Yes, Red. That's what I meant, love, when I said that.
I think
that's exactly what I think too.
By Sean instead.
The stepfather's clothing says that in more ways than one.
Well,
even the cord used.
What Red is saying though is that Sean did this to himself to get back at the father. See, I don't think that way. I don't think
no, I don't think that way.
No, I
don't believe that child. No, not when you know about
Red. He couldn't have.
If you research a lot of Red, if you research how kids will pass themselves over, because what a lot of people don't realize is for somebody to pass themselves over is 99% of the time is not a planned event.
Mm-hmm.
It's a spur of the moment event. So when they do it, they grab the first thing. Now resort back to a child. A child is not going to go through all that. They would write a letter for a start. That's how a child thinks. You've got to put yourself in the 12-year-old mind. If he wanted to get back at his stepfather, he would have written a letter. He wouldn't have done it through wearing his stepfather's clothes or his father's clothing, because they don't have that mindset to be able to think of that. And then there's concern that won't get their message across. Kids will tend to write letters.
I gotta go get my kids, and then I will be back.
Okay, Mama Bear. Please be safe while you're doing that.
I will. It's just down the street.
Okay. Oh, you walk down there?
I drive down there because it's raining today.
Oh. Yeah, don't blame you. All right. I'll see you shortly.
Okay. Bye.
If they want to get rid of the father, what does he know? And how do they know what he knows? I don't think they wanted to get rid of the father.
Me either. I think that. Go ahead.
No, you go.
I don't think they wanted to get rid of the father because they need him for whatever reason. I think they wanted to warn him.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I think it is.
They either wanted to warn him, or they wanted to let him know that they had control over him.
Don't listen to the mother or stepfather, but only the known facts of the case, and you might come to okay. Give me some examples, Red, because I did that. I did all of that. I was really into this one. Okay.
Yeah, me too, Red. So,
I mean, I'm willing to listen to anything, though. Honestly.
Yeah, me too.
Welcome back, Green Eyes.
Share the information, Red.
Yes, we're talking about the Sean Doherty case, Green Eyes. Because again, the first red flag for me, I'll be honest with you, was the belt. Okay. That was number one. The second red flag was the way the rope or the cord per se, because it wasn't even a rope, was fashioned on his chin, not his neck. The clothing, all of that. Okay, it doesn't fit. The biggest thing is the belt. Okay, he could not have done what he did, what they're saying he did, with that belt in place like that. It's just not possible.
No.
That's why it bothers me so bad. If it was done in a different way, then okay, I would look at it and say maybe you're right. Okay, I can't, and of course, I respect everybody's opinion, as we all do in here, in theory, and all that. Absolutely, that's why I'm willing to listen to what you have to say, and go through it. You know what I mean? I just, based on the facts.
Even the bag over his head. Well,
right.
First they denied the helmet bag even being theirs, which led us to believe it was someone else's.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd never heard that read. So
I didn't either, but okay.
Okay.
I don't
Why
know.
they would do that is beyond me.
Maybe they just didn't recognize it. I don't think it goes that deep, Fupa. Let me see something here.
Ellie ended up finding out it was the stepfather's. Okay. But then considering that, just saying this, Red, right? Consider going home and finding your son or your stepson in that predicament. The shock and how upset you would be. And somebody says, is this your motorbike string out of the bag? You're not going to be thinking too straight. So I can actually understand that. If you've ever been
Initially,
in that situation. Because things look different when you're in that situation. And I can say that I've been in that situation. But this wasn't an initial... No, it was for a long time.
So it didn't for a long time. Okay.
Might have forgot they had it.
Well, if okay, let me ask you this then, Red. If that's the case, why are they requesting another agency to investigate it then? If that's the case, because then they would, thinking another agency would step in, that other agency would very possibly find something. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, why would you request that specifically?
I can actually explain that away. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And my nephew wasn't 12. No, Red, sorry. I can explain I can explain that away, sorry.
Because they are in denial from the loss of their child. I don't know.
So
how
do you explain him having his hands down in the belt, Red? Sorry. And I'm not having a go. Please don't. And I don't mean to sound like that either. But can you explain it yourself? Why would he have put his arms into the belt and had his arms down by his side and that belt pulled tight?
So tightly that it cut the circulation off to turn his hands blue. Okay. So he couldn't move his hands around. No, Fupa, he's not 6, he's 12. Now, okay, let's throw a couple other things in here. All right. They found his glasses that he never took off his face. He needed them for everything. He couldn't see without them, right or wrong.
Yes, I forgot about that. Yes.
Oh no, I absolutely respect Red's opinion and his and whatever it is. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying I can obviously disagree. He slipped them down into the belt.
Yeah, Strike, we're only talking, like, we're not.
Yeah, this is what
we're
we do.
respecting each other. We're just talking.
Yeah, I think you know that anyway, Red. It's okay. That's the other thing. Why would he want to restrain his hands is correct. That's the thing, Red. If he's doing what he's doing, why would you need to restrain your hands?
I can tell you why you would need to restrain somebody's hands, but not your own.
So that they can't pull themselves out of it. Okay. But if you're trying to do it, this is what I'm saying, the logic behind it. Okay, I'm great. I just wanted to make sure you understood, Red. We're cool. This is what we do. It's all good. And we have the utmost respect for everybody's theories and opinions in here, as does everybody else. So it is what it is. But here's the thing. Like I said, if this was what his plan was to do, why would he restrain his own hands? Because he's doing it to himself. You see what I'm saying? Thank you, Mr.
And his hands into it if it's that tight.
Oh, right. Now, back up. One more little piece I forgot to throw in here. He wears glasses for everything. He can't see without them. They made that known, okay? The glasses were found somewhere else off away from him with one lens missing completely.
Yes.
And broken, okay?
Yes.
They never found the other lens of the glasses. Again, back up. If he did this to himself, where did his clothing go that they no longer can find and have never been able to find? If he changed his clothes, his underwear's left there. And this is why I think the clothing is missing, because I think there was blood on the clothing. Okay. That's why I think it's gone.
And why the bag over the head?
Right. If it was already done, why would you do that? That is like something that's done like execution style type stuff. Okay.
Oh no, I can answer why the bag over the head. I can actually answer the belt and the bag.
Maybe they didn't want to see his face.
No. No. You're talking about the perpetrator that did it, didn't want to see his face?
Yeah.
No. We forgot there's a 2-year-old there. Do you know why the bag over the face? So the 2-year-old didn't see his face.
Well, they also
didn't see him in that state.
Right. That they also found the 2-year-old under a huge pile of clothing.
Yes.
Completely lethargic.
Yep.
Like he'd been there for a minute like that and crying and so on and so forth. So,
but he still didn't see his face.
Not that I know of, Strike. They said that there was no depression that they knew of. Okay. He was bullied a little bit, but not enough to make him react. There was no history of mental illness. There was no nothing. He was a perfectly normal, happy, good kid. He was excited about, different things, going to Disney. He loved Disney, things like that. I mean, he was a normal 12-year-old kid.
Yeah, wasn't there something coming up or?
You think though that he was supposed to go because they were moving to be closer to oh crap. He was, I think they were going to Disney, weren't they?
Yes, something was coming up that he was really looking forward to.
I think it was going to Disneyland. I really truly think that. What the heck? Is that me? No, that's not me. That's you. Okay.
Who?
Something's ringing. Sounds like somebody's phone's ringing.
Hang on.
Facebook. Oh, now it's my phone. How is that? 1 second.
Sorry. It wasn't mine either. I don't know where that was coming from. Yeah, me too, Smoothie. He was in the middle of eating and playing video games. Who thinks he just quit right in the middle of that and decided to off himself in a virtually impossible manner? Yeah,
I don't think there's a game that does that kind of stuff, Kim. That's nothing I've ever heard of, at least. I might be wrong. But, Paula says he was in the middle of eating and playing video games. Who thinks he just quit right in the middle of that and decided to? Right, that's what I'm saying. It just doesn't. It doesn't. None of it matches.
Good morning, Vicky. Good to see you too, hun.
The kid was
Thanks,
even
lovely.
excited. The kid was even excited to go to school to tell his parent or his friends at school his mother got a job working for the Pentagon. Which I get. That's kind of a cool thing. So like everything in his life was going towards the good, that we knew of course, because I know, things are what they are, but we don't know everything. I'm just saying, like, there's nothing that pointed towards.
Red was saying he wasn't playing video games. He was made to do chores.
But he was going to, right. But he was allowed to play his video game once that stuff was done, which he was about to do. He was going to do his chores, have his snack, and then go play Fortnite. That's where he was at. So
if you were talking about an adult in this case, I would be kind of iffing and erring, but a 12-year-old child, knowing what I know, that'd be so far-fetched for a 12-year-old.
No, I can't.
They just wouldn't go out looking for all these different elements to do this. Anything they grab would have come from inside the house.
I get it, Schmovie. And here's the other thing too, is it was said multiple times. He was super excited because, like you said, Lisa, it was the first time he had ever watched his little brother.
Yeah.
And he was excited to prove that he was going to do a great job at doing that type scenario. You know what I mean? Again.
Thanks, Red, for that. I appreciate it. And I'm
glad
you are.
Yeah, that's what this is all about, guys. And I want you guys to do that kind of stuff. I really do.
Smoothie. I hope not, hun.
Smoothie booty. Don't ever do that. Chores aren't that bad. I mean, come on.
But as for not recognizing or saying that it wasn't their helmet, bag, whatever, look, I can understand that. My nephew did the same thing. He used a sheet, and there are things there that I knew were his. If you had asked me the day before he did it, the day after he did it, I didn't even recognize them. A couple of things that they asked me, and I knew them so well, it took me years later to realize, yeah, they were his. So I do get that. It's not hard.
And I see what you're saying, Red, about, do you need a link, Mama Bear? It's in the chat right there. And I see what you're saying, that we're getting everything from his mom and dad's point of view. I get that. I do. But they had him, the 2-year-old, and the daughter, 3 kids. Why that one? He was a good kid. There was never any talk of him and never being a good kid. He didn't have any kind of, mental issues. There was no mental health problems. There was no attitude problems. He got good grades in school. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make any sense.
Do you know what this reminds me of? I don't know if you know about, and I can't think of her name, but she supposedly hung herself on the letterbox. If anybody knows that case, I can't think of the girl's name. She was the mother of 2 or 3 kids.
Hung herself on the mailbox.
Yeah, the postie found her. She was supposedly similar to this, right? She had a shoestring around her neck, but it was up here. And they went out there and said, yeah, she did it to herself. However, when they went out there and investigated, they got a private investigator and other people. When they went out there, the whole letterbox was as loose as anything. It moved.
Yeah,
the
right.
position she was in, like him, the shoestring was sitting up here, and exactly that. It wouldn't have done anything.
Nothing.
Under here. Wouldn't have passed her over.
Look, the worst thing this will do is hurt your neck after a while. That truth to God, that's it right
Plus,
there.
like they say, it puts pressure on their jaw, and the pain in their jaw becomes unbearable that they take it off.
Right. I never ever saw that anywhere, Red. Ever. With everything I looked at, I had never seen or heard that. I mean, it's news to me. That I don't know either, Molly. I don't know who the biological father is for him. Were the other children okay? I see the point you're going at, Molly. Were the other children? Well, no, because the daughter was older. The 2-year-old had to have been the stepfather's, I'm going to guess, if any of the kids were his at all. But the older one would have either had a completely different father or the same father as Sean. Yeah, right, Paula. It's impossible to do that on a mailbox. It would have fallen apart, right? That doesn't make sense.
I'm going to track that in that case, and I'll get you to have a look at it.
Yeah,
it happened over there.
I've never even heard of that one.
It happened over there.
I'll have to check it out too and see if we can find it, and we'll look into it truthfully, because that's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. Like Paula keeps saying.
And I can't think of the girl's name.
And again, Red, the parents have been asking and have not, nobody's done it. Nobody will do it. Have been asking time and time again to have another agency and or whatever to take another look at this case. They want it reopened. They want it to be looked at again. If that was the case, why? Why wouldn't they just let it go? Well, but if that's the case, why would they dress him in his stepfather's clothes, Molly? I see what you're saying, though. Molly says, Lisa, I don't know if you saw it there, but it says, yes, so him and his sister had different dads. We don't know for sure, but we all think this is a message to the stepfather, but it could be a message to the biological father. And it's very possible.
It could be, yeah.
Now my school's calling me. 1 second, folks. Sorry.
I just flicked myself off. It was confirmed that he was doing chores by both the family and Nellie. Okay, thanks, Red. Well, I guess the parents would say whether he did his chores or not, Fupa. Really, Smoothie? Oh, sorry, I was looking up that when I was just talking. The mother is asking for assistance, yes, and quite frankly, I hope she gets it. Yeah, I just found it. Thank you, Paula. Jessica Johnson, and it's very similar to this. No, Jessica Johnson. That's what I just happened to catch that the same time you put that up. I just don't understand why it's not playing now. But yeah, that was a sad case too, and I don't believe she did that to herself. I believe that was somebody else passed her over and she was staged there, well and truly.
Sorry, folks. That was Mr. Caden. He was at an after-school program and needed somebody to pick him up. So, no, I know that, Red. I thought about all that, about how strict military families can be. I get it, but I can't. Something about this just won't let me. It won't. The way everything looks, it won't let me say yeah to it. I think she'd been involved with a guy that was a druggie, if my memory is correct. I heard that too.
Yes. No, we're talking about, the one I said about the letterbox, which is Jessica Johnson, right?
Jessica Johnson, yeah.
She was involved with the druggie, yes.
Her right. No, I remember the case. That's what I was talking about because I saw you guys type it in the chat. So yeah, I remember that one now.
Yeah. Yes, I believe she was unalived by somebody else and she was staged there.
That's what it sounds like. That's what it's always sounded like.
The trash bag found in the kitchen was not one that belonged there.
Two of them. Somebody brought two trash bags that had completely different trash bags from the family. Always buys the same trash bags with the red handles. There were two trash bags that were unused, found in the kitchen, as if they were brought there for a specific reason from the outside. Now, when I found that part out, I started thinking about the landscaper that, quote unquote, didn't see anything happen. Okay. That was right next door and didn't see anything happen. He didn't see anybody walk out there and stage this kid. He didn't see the kid do it to himself. He didn't see anything. Landscapers carry around garbage bags. That's very possible. But I'm sure they looked into that, okay? But I still don't think it was that. I do have a problem with how or why the landscaper saw nothing, okay? In broad daylight, how did you not see somebody carry a child outside and do this? Or if we're going to go with the fact he did it to him, how did you not see him do it to himself when you were standing over here cutting grass, doing this, doing that? Why didn't you see it? Okay, that has bothered me. I'll say that much. But I don't know.
And going by what you're saying, Red, the only thing I can think of for him to be pointing at the stepfather for is what I said about
the essay.
Yeah.
I thought about that
which
a while back.
By the way, I'm not accusing this fella of doing, by the way. I'm just bouncing around ideas.
You guys didn't, I mean, I don't know. I just have a hard problem with this one. I do. I can't.
Well, the only reason I said that is because the clothes are definitely a statement, right, Rick? So either way you take it, them clothes are definitely a statement. So
not that I've heard. Go ahead. Sorry, Lisa.
No, you're right. When you bring partners into around your children, the chances of them being SA'd or abused heightens.
For sure. Absolutely.
Because they're not biological. I mean, biological parents, as we know, do enough on their own, but Not all, by the way. Not all, by the way. I'll correct that. But when you bring an outsider in with your children, especially when you haven't vetted them and it happens very quickly and they start leaving their kids with them, etc., SA and abuse is very heightened. So if you're going to go down the path of he did this to himself and put them clothes on, then I would still be looking at why the police didn't check that this child had not been SA. Sorry. Either way. I read my kids did that too. Now you're just freaking me out. My son actually did that.
Have you guys ever
My
seen
second son would follow me everywhere, even as a teenager. He was very homely bodied and he would always be around me.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Pat Brown. She's a criminal profiler. Anybody may have heard of her. Anyway, I've followed a lot of her stuff, okay, and looked at her stuff. I was trying to find this video I had back here. I wanted to show you this, and since we're back talking about this, because I don't mind that at all, because this case is important to me in a lot of ways. You have to follow. Okay. All right. Well, I want to show you this real quick then, if you guys don't mind here, a bit of it at least, because it makes sense. She said it likely could be self-inflicted. Yes. Okay. But there's other things too, and I want you guys to see this real quick. That's very possible, Red. I get that.
Hello, everyone. This is criminal profiler Pat Brown, and I want to do a follow-up to my very recent video on Sean Doherty, suicide or murder, because a lot of people are telling me you have to listen to this podcast. It's called Going West. It was put up, let's see, it was about a month ago that put up the podcast, and people think it's really well done, and it is very well done. I want to say that. And the podcast is very heartfelt, and during the podcast they talk about how people need to sign the petition.
That is interesting, Tony.
Looked at. They also have a GoFundMe campaign going, and so it's a very let's help the family. The podcasters clearly believe that this was not a suicide; it was a murder. And in my first video, I mentioned that I am willing to do a pro bono analysis of the case. I make that offer to the family, and I make that offer to the police. During the video, you might have noticed that I found that the evidence at this point, from what I can see, is more supportive of the manner being suicide than the manner being homicide. Now, you might ask, why would the family then want me to even look?
So I want you guys to understand something based on what I just said. Why am I showing you this video, right? Because it goes against what I said. Because I really feel that the person that did this to him is a professional. And I think Lisa knows what I mean by professional, okay? And I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to let you see this because it goes against everything I said to an extent. But there's other things she says in here I want you to see.
Into this particular case, I mean, their son, they believe, has been murdered. Why would you want to have a criminal profiler who is leaning towards the police's determination? Why would you want to have
yes,
her?
Ruby, absolutely.
Her, but it's for free. Why would you want to have her doing this analysis? Is she just going to do this? I think would benefit the family. For one thing, oftentimes when a investigator or a profiler comes in on a case, they have an agenda with them. For example, if they're working for the Innocence Project, the person's innocent. If they're working just for the police, then the police are, whatever the police say is correct. In this particular case, I don't have any, I don't have any connection to any side or any agenda. I'm just looking at the evidence. The simple fact that at this point, I find the evidence more supportive of suicide is useful in the sense that the police aren't going to look at me immediately and say, well, clearly she's just, she's a victim's advocate and she's anti-police, and therefore she's going to say we did everything wrong, because that's not what I'm about, and they can see that. On the other hand, also for the family, I will look at every shred of that evidence if I have an opportunity. And if I find something that supports homicide, I am perfectly willing to say, hey, it looked like suicide, but now that I see more evidence, I am now going to say, I am changing my viewpoint that this is a homicide. I don't have any problem doing that. And in this way, I think that both the family and the police are going to get somebody to look at the case that will just stand up for the evidence and the truth. And so I'm willing to do this. I'm willing to do it pro bono. I do live in Maryland, so I can drive to location. I can look at all the evidence. The family, because this is ruled a suicide, they should have the right to all the police records at this point. I don't know quite what happens in Virginia, but if it was a murder and unsolved, well, then they wouldn't have any access because it would be an open case. But this is a closed case, so I would believe without a FOIA request, they should be able to get that information if they request it. But I'm not, totally familiar with how Virginia deals with these things. So if the family can gather that information from the police and wants to forward that on to me, I will analyze all of it. I will be happy to drive to Virginia and talk with the family because I need more information. So at this point, as I said in the last video, I find the evidence leaning towards suicide and not homicide. But I did go ahead and listen to the Going West podcast. And what I wanted to point out from that podcast, because I'm trying to help people understand, this is an educational channel. For the most part, that's what I do, is try to educate people, help them understand things. And what I see is, there are red flags and red herrings. And
what are you talking about, Red? Sorry to interrupt, guys. I just want to see what he's talking about before I go further. Did you catch what the law enforcement said about it 4 months ago? I'll refresh my memory. I may have, I may not have. Are you still there, Lisa?
Yes,
Okay. Just making sure you were still there. No worries.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm waiting to see what Red says.
They need to give information if they deem that the case closed. It's ridiculous. I agree, Poopa. I do. I absolutely do. Did you think that? Yes. Hey, your mom is going to do the dishes and clean up in the kitchen right now, she said. As soon as you walk in the door, she's bringing groceries in. Your mom.
Where's she at? And make me a coffee while you're there.
Yeah. Just do your stuff and get it done, bro.
And make me a coffee too.
Yeah. I got another hour and then I can have mine. Anywho. Yeah, what was it?
The narrative the mum stepfather put out.
They made a video about the narrative the mom stepfather. That I did not see. I don't believe.
No, not have I. Search YP.
Yes, investigated. Okay, do you want me to go to that right now, or do you want to wait till this is done? Yeah, I'm looking forward to mine too. I got 1 more hour. I have it timed out for my 3rd cup of the day. I always have. It's ridiculous. Because I know exactly how long it takes for it to wear off and all that fun stuff.
Vicky's gone to make coffee now. I've said coffee.
You got me thinking about it too.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, everyone.
It's okay. YPSO.
Since you're going to make coffee, can you make me one too?
It'd be a long trip. That thing would be a little cold by the time you got it. YouTube, it's on your show. Well, I just want to make sure. Do you guys want to continue watching this, or are you curious to see what Red's talking about? It's your show.
To see what Red's talking about now.
That's kind of what I thought. So, okay.
Thank you, Miss Brandy.
It does sound great. See? Thanks, Lisa. You got us all in it now.
Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry, everybody. Sorry, Red.
It's all good. Coffee is awesome.
Sorry, Vicky. Sorry, Miss Brandy.
All right, let's see what we hear.
Now you guys are all making coffee, and see, now Red's gone to make coffee too.
Okay, Red, is this the one that has the press conference with the sheriff's deputy? Because we watched that the other day, but is there a different one? Okay, all right.
Yes.
So this one we watched it the other day, but that's okay. Lisa didn't get to see it, so I'd rather she saw it anyway.
Recent statements have caused concern in the community that the death of a 12-year-old on April the 14th, 2022 has not been fully investigated by the sheriff's office, and that there may be a killer in our area that poses a threat. Nothing could be further from the truth. It has been the long-standing policy of the York-Poquoson Sheriff's Office to not release information relating to cases of suicide, particularly those cases that involve children. We do everything within our power to preserve the privacy of the grieving family. We take these matters very seriously, evaluate all evidence, and consider all possibilities. The York-Poquoson Sheriff's Office is aware of a recent social media site created to provide the public with theories surrounding the death of this 12-year-old. Much of the information being posted to this social media site is opinion, innuendo, and fabrication, which is not consistent with the evidence that was collected by Sheriff's Office investigators during their investigation. Once that evidence was collected, it was submitted to the Department of Forensic Science for evaluation and later to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. By law in Virginia, it is the Chief Medical Examiner's responsibility to determine the manner and cause of death, which they, the Chief Medical Examiner's Office, determined to be a suicide. In addition, the Sheriff's Office met with the family on multiple occasions and gave them the opportunity to discuss this investigation. Additionally, an offer was made to have a group meeting after the findings of the Chief Medical Examiner's Office that would include the family, members of the York-Poquoson Sheriff's Office, and the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. As of this date, the family has not expressed interest in scheduling the meeting. Instead, they chose to post this video publicly. There were several key points that were made in this video that the Sheriff's Office will address. First, in the video, the mother said, "They have told me a few times that they really don't know how to investigate this kind of murder case because it's really complicated." The implication being we, the York-Poquoson Sheriff's Office. That statement is absolutely not true and was never made to this mother. Our investigators are recognized in the Hampton Roads area as professional, caring, competent major crimes investigators. They have investigated and solved numerous cases that include homicides, suicides, rapes, and robberies. They have several decades of investigative experience within the division. The investigation division consists of graduates of the Virginia Academy, which has certified them as crime scene experts. Along with processing the scene and interviewing witnesses and the family, investigators interviewed a significant number of people to include surrounding neighbors, lawn care personnel, school officials, friends of the 12-year-old, and other community members. The results of these initial interviews did not identify any potential suspects. Also, during the course of this investigation, the family provided information on individuals they believe may be involved in the case. Their suspicions were based on people that they merely believed to be in the area at the time of the incident. These individuals were all located, interviewed, and ruled out as persons of interest by Sheriff's Office investigators. The evidence collected and documentation shows many discrepancies in the version that was put forth on the family's page. The videos and photos you see on their social media site are not from the actual scene. They have been fabricated. First, the video of the man walking in front of their house is from 1 month after the incident, not the day of the incident. 2, the blood spatter image depicted in the video was not from the scene. However, we went back to the home on May 20th, 2022 at the request of the family. During that visit, The mother pointed out a red stain on the wall in the upstairs area of the home. Investigators photographed that stain on that date. Later, investigators reviewed the photographs that were taken on April the 14th, 2022, the day of the tragedy, and that stain was not present on that wall on April the 14th, 2022. In the mother...
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Okay, that mark there. Okay. I just wanted to see something. Sorry, guys.
On that date. Later, investigators reviewed the photographs that were taken on April the 14th, 2022, the day of the tragedy, and that stain was not present on that wall on April the 14th.
Okay. Okay, I want to ask you guys a question. Okay, if we look at this wall, now, I'm not trying to be conspiracy-like here, okay? And just go with me on this. Look at the color of this wall in this picture. Okay, we see that mark there. Here, there's a mark down here, or is that my screen? That's probably my screen. Whatever. Anyway.
No,
okay.
there is a mark down there.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, right, no, there is a mark down there.
Now, we're looking at, what color would you guys give this? Like an eggshell?
Yep.
Okay. Now, watch.
The mother pointed out a red stain on the wall in the upstairs area of the home. Investigators photographed that stain on that date. Later, investigators...
Now, look at this and tell me that that's the same damn wall.
It's the same wall.
Is it? Does it? The color doesn't look... the color doesn't look fresher to you?
No, because it's the angle the photo's been taken on and the shadowing. That's all it is. It slightly changes the color. If you know anything about photography and angles, yeah. Well, there's not a big variance between that color. It looks different to you because of the angle and the shadowing. Whereas where the police have taken that photo, you can see that they used a flash to bring that wall up brighter.
Okay, because it
looks... There's no flash used on that. Because see the shadowing halfway down the wall?
Okay, yeah.
That tells you there was no flash used when they took that photo. And that black mark above that stain is still on the side of the wall there.
See, I was thinking it looked Photoshopped. That's what I was going for, because this looks way cleaner and newer to me than that last picture did. I mean, that mark is still there, as well as that one that was down wherever the hell it was. I can't find it now. But anyway, okay. I mean, and that's fine. I'm just saying, these are things that I notice. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't have any problem being wrong.
Yeah, no, it's just the angle it's taken off. Because if you look at the corner, look directly on the corner here, you'll see where it's chipped.
Right.
You'll see the marks all, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and all I was saying was that as far as photoshopping, as if that one spot was taken out. That's all.
Oh, okay.
I get it. Yeah, that's what I meant, was that it was shopped enough to take that one spot off. But I like I said, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I have no qualms with that, guy.
Well, that I couldn't tell you 100%.
Right. I just wanted everybody's input on that one, because I saw this the other day and I'm looking at this going, wait a minute. But this is me. You know what I mean?
The photographs that were taken on April the 14th, 2022, the day of the tragedy, and that stain was not present on that wall on April the 14th, 2022. In the mother's video, she states that her 2-year-old child witnessed the events that occurred in the house. During a recorded interview on April the 14th, 2022, between the mother and sheriff's office investigators, she stated when she left the house that afternoon to take her mother to an appointment, the child was asleep. When she returned home after the tragedy had been discovered, she is quoted as saying to the sheriff's office investigator, quote, "Thank God he was still asleep."
Yeah, now that I did hear.
The information that she stated in her video about the 2-year-old has never been disclosed to the sheriff's office. In the mother's video, she states there was mud in the backyard, even refers to it as swampy. and she noted that there was no dirt on the 12-year-old's feet. Images from the day of the incident on April the 14th show that the grass was not wet and the yard was not swampy. There have been
What's
many
the white
statements
stuff,
on the website regarding the alleged staging of the scene. The photo of the backyard displayed on the social media site shows a swing set and a chair. It's important to note that the swings that are wrapped over the top post of the swing set and the chair were moved by York County Fire and Life Safety personnel in order to create enough space to render life-saving measures.
So
The chair
what's
was
the white
moved
powder under the swing set?
under the swing by fire and life safety personnel where the 12-year-old was hanging, to the front of the swing set, and the swings were moved to provide workspace. Our investigation determined that the chair was originally located on the deck at the rear of the home and was moved to the swing set area.
Hold on a minute.
Also during the...
Say that again, Lisa.
What is the white stuff under the swing set?
Hold on. Where did they?
There.
That looks like dirt. You mean over here? Or
No,
over
no.
here?
Yeah, that whole, see that whole white patch?
Yeah, that's dirt.
Okay.
That's dirt. 100%.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't muddy or swampy.
No, it's dry. Well, from what we can see, it like back here, we can't
But
tell.
he would still get dirt on his feet.
He would have dirt on his feet. Thank you, of some sort. We're spotless.
Even if it wasn't muddy, just walking across grass and dirt, you're still going to get dirt on your feet, especially under the swing set.
Yeah, and then again, we don't see what the yard is like between the house and this spot right here. There could be mud. I mean, it looks. I don't know, guys. I'm just saying, like, that would give some kind of dirt on your feet, period. His feet were spotlessly clean, okay? I'm just saying. It could be wet, a lighter color mud. I mean, it very well could be. That looks dry to me, I'll say that much. But it's still dirt, guys. It's still dirt. Whatever, wet, dry, whatever, it's dirt, okay? And that bothered me. So, again, and here we are. Okay, look. Here's this chair I was talking about, okay?
Yeah, he was just talking about that.
Right. The swings were moved, yes, and the chair was moved by EMS personnel. I get that. But when they found him, his knees were on the ground, right or wrong. Okay? Why weren't they on the chair? If he was standing on the chair and then let it go, this just bugs me. I'm just saying.
But how did he let the chair go when it was still over there?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Because even if he kicked that out from under him, okay, opinion here, even if he kicked that seat out from under him, right?
Yes.
The height of them swings, even with that chair on the side or that way, he would still be able to stand on that. And at the point that starts tightening, he's going to put his legs straight back on that.
Well, and here's the thing, guys. When they got to him, okay?
The family put the chair there, but that was taken the night. He just said that they removed it, Red.
Yeah, the chair was here initially, Red.
If you listen to what this policeman said, he says they moved the chair from under the swing set.
Yeah, it was here, right here, and the swings were down. Okay. And I said this the other day. They moved the chair over here to get it out of the way so they could work on him.
Yeah, that's right. That's what they said.
Okay. But again.
Yeah, that's who I meant. He moved it. Sorry, Red.
The kid was tall enough that with the string the rope cord dangling, his knees were touching the ground. Which says, and again, remember this, the cord was here, not here, here. And his knees were touching the ground, not his feet, his knees. So that doesn't make sense. That didn't do that, is what I'm saying.
But even that, like I said, if you know anything about people putting themselves over, even if it's a planned event, the minute that starts to tighten around their throat. That's why they usually make sure that they kick whatever they're standing on right away.
So that they,
because the minute that starts tightening, your brain automatically goes into survival mode. So their feet will start looking to be on something. If even with him kicking that backwards, that chair would still be at a height where he would still be able to stand on it.
Now, and that goes times 10 with a child, because a child's mind, unlike an adult's, will not fight against that, okay? Because it's automatic for a child to save themselves, period. Whatever they'll go into panic mode and figure it out. Again, because he was tall enough. The same reason why the hands, I think, were made to look like they were to his side, so he couldn't do this. He couldn't have done it though, Red. That's what I'm saying. They have to make it look like that, is the point I was trying to make. I see what you're saying, though. Exactly. But a 12-year-old's not going to think that out like that, though, is what I'm saying, Red. As far as the mentality goes, like, they're not going to think, okay, how do I stop myself from saving myself? That's not a mentality for a 12-year-old kid.
But even, I mean, you look at the size of this child, right? Look at that chair. That child's not going to kick that chair too far away from where he is. I'm sorry, he's just not going to. He's going to tip it over sideways or flick it backwards, right?
Yeah, pretty much,
that chair is still going to be the height that it is that way, if not taller.
And the chair was...
Even with his arms tucked in, his feet are still going to get on there.
Right. And
because he hasn't kicked it away too far.
If he was standing on that chair, mind you, if he was standing on that chair and it was here, the height that he was, both of his parents were tall, his mother's tall, he'd have been up here somewhere, guys, standing on that chair. Okay? And that's why his knees were touching the ground, because he was taller than what people were thinking, I'm guessing. In retrospect, why would someone that him carry out there and then to
make it look like he did it himself?
Right. It was staged, Red. That's what we're saying. They staged it to make it look like he did it to himself.
There's a lot that gets staged to look like.
Yes, it's happened. I've been on multiple scenes. I'm telling you right now, where we were called there because it is a self-unaliving. But when we get there and see it, it's not. And again, right here is not going to do anything. It's got to be here or here. Nothing up here other than making your neck sore is all that's going to do. They would have strung him up off the ground with the chair there. Right. That's what I'm saying. Then how were his knees touching the ground when they found him? That was said by multiple people. And his feet were clean and dry, facing outward, while his knees were touching the ground. You see what I mean?
Well, like that other case I just brought up, she was staged.
Oh, absolutely. A mailbox.
If you can look at that and say she hung herself on a mailbox, sorry. No. Your survival, you have no control once your brain kicks in to save itself.
But where are we getting the idea that it wasn't around his neck? That was said by police and EMS. I can't remember who exactly said it, that his sister took 3 fingers. She said that, pulled it off of from around his neck here. And it was said by EMS and law enforcement. That's how they found him initially.
So I have to ask this. When they come home,
no problem,
I take it the parents found him, right?
No, when his sister found him.
Okay. So the sister's reaction would be to go and take him off, right?
Which is what she did, yeah. She grabbed him.
Which means he would have been on the ground when they got there, not actually hanging. So none of them would have seen how he was, because the sister's reaction would have been to pull the bag off his head and everything too.
Oh, You're right. That it came from the sister that she took the bag off his head,
Yeah.
and released the rope from his chin and put him on and he went to the ground because she grabbed him, her arm around him, lifted him up, did that, and then brought him down. Meanwhile, 911 shows up and they start doing their thing. The sister, I want to say,
are you okay, April?
Was 14 or 15 years old. These cases will bother people at times. I get it.
I know, that's why I'm asking.
And it does bother me. That's why I've been so prone on this one, and I wanted to go back to it so bad because I can't accept what the end was. It, and you know what I mean. If I have to double check Vicky to give you the exact. I believe she was 14 or 15 years old.
So who said his knees were on the ground?
The sister did.
It would have to be the sister.
She's the one that gave the account.
Or the parents.
The parents didn't see him. It was by the time the mother was the first one on scene, she followed the fire trucks, like basically there. And when she pulled in, she said she ran up to the gate and saw they were working him. By the time she got there, they were using the defibrillator on him and he was bouncing off the ground, all that stuff. Okay. The sister gave the account of how she found him and so on and so forth. Because she said,
okay, April, I just was checking, love.
No worries.
And let me say this to everybody here. Your mental health is more important than any of these cases, guys.
Absolutely.
So always put yourself first. If it gets too much,
I should post it.
Please say something.
Right. I should post it. Schmooby does that a lot. There's trigger warnings in a lot of these guys that if it does bother you, please feel free to step away. It's not going to affect anybody.
No.
Nobody will ever judge you in here because of that.
No.
This is what we do, everybody. If you can't, there's cases that I can't handle. Lisa knows that I broke down after having these talks on these cases, and she's talked to me via phone and stuff like that. It happens to all of us, so don't ever feel like you can't. Nobody's ever going to judge you. It's happened to her too. We're human beings. We have children, we have grandchildren, we have loved ones, we're people. It's to be expected. Thank you, Schmooby. There it is.
As you heard me before reading that Michelle's thing,
right.
Yeah, we all get affected.
And here's the thing.
But you need to look after yourself first.
Right. If it didn't affect you, then I would think there was something not right. Okay. Because we're supposed to be. Thank you once again.
Yes, thank you, Smoothie.
Smoothie booty. I love it. I love that. Anyway, moving on, guys. And I listen, Red, I appreciate this. I really do. It makes me look at it from a different aspect that I refuse to look at it from because of the way I feel about it. And that's what it's all about. That's why we do what we do. Period. If something can make me, let me put it this way. If something or somebody can make me, what's up, Breezy, believe that this is what it was, then I'll do it. But I can't. I have to see. I'm one of those people that needs proof of everything if you're going to tell me you saw an alien yesterday, you better show me something because I'm not going to believe you. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
So now I wonder, because being your loved one, your reaction would be to pull that off his head.
Right.
Take him out of that. Pull the bag off his head. Did she undo the belt too?
No.
And is that only her count?
No, she didn't, because from what I heard, EMS was struggling and complaining about trying to get the belt off. They couldn't get the belt off. It was so tight, which is another red flag for me because the kid's arms were this big around. I see him being strong enough to be able to put that belt on himself like that. Okay. That's an awkward position if your hands are down in there. And if it was so tight that it cut the circulation off, and this is where I disagreed with you, Red. If it was so tight that it cut the circulation off, I don't think he could have put his hands down, slid his hands down in there. That's where I'm having a problem with that.
I could see it depending where the buckle was. So, for instance, if the buckle was over near this hand, right? Because your hands, you can, kids can bend their wrist back, even I can do it, but kids are more flexible than us. So, okay, I'll play devil's advocate with Red here at this moment. So, if he put that belt on, dropped it over him first, and had the buckle over this side and the long part in this hand, depending on how long that belt is, if he could pull that and flick his thumb up to put that in the hole, then yeah, it possibly could be done if that's where the buckle was. But if the buckle was at the back or in the middle and the arms were away from it, then no.
Yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely, Red. That's 100% correct. That's what I was saying, and thank you for saying that. That way, everybody understands that. Here's the thing. First of all, I do believe it was. Thank you, Mama Bear. I do believe it was it was his father's belt, along with the father's clothes. It was a dress style type belt. Okay, it had the smaller buckle, more decorative looking than what a typical belt would look like. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. Thank you, Mama Bear. 1 second. Let me pull that up, and that way I can show that while we're talking.
And no, we are having an adult discussion, unlike other channels where we're going to yell and discredit Red, and Red's going to discredit us. No, no.
We don't do that.
We are very grateful for everybody's opinion, and we respect everybody's opinion. That's what it's about.
100%. 100%. And that's why I like that we do this and that we can do this and do it like adults and not hang up on somebody, kick somebody off, yell at somebody, talk down. We don't do that, guys. And I'm glad that we can do this like this. I'm very proud of that.
Yeah. Who says my opinion's right? Who says your opinion's right? Who says none of us know. We weren't there.
That's absolutely right. I think he just put it on and then slipped his arms in to prevent himself from stopping. And I can see that. I can see that. But again, I can't fathom a 12-year-old child's mind telling him to prepare for that. Do you know what I'm saying? The mentality level saying, okay, I know that I'm going to stop myself from doing this. So this is what I have to do. That doesn't make sense to me.
Not for a 12-year-old.
I have
not for a 12-year-old.
Right. I have 7 kids and all 7 of them were 12 at once. No, I'm sorry, but no, I can't agree with that one. And I get it. I get what you're saying. You got to look at all directions or we might miss things. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Red, but that's an adult thought because they understand body reaction. A 12-year-old doesn't.
Right. Some adults don't even think that way, guys.
No. For a 12-year-old to think, you know what, I need to tie my arms down because once it starts happening, I'm going to try and get myself out of it. No, in a kid's mind, they would think it's pretty quick over.
Right.
They don't even realize that.
Listen.
It's not pretty quick and over like that.
This is how a 12-year-old would do this in my mind. He would have taken the belt and wrapped it around the swing set and then put his head in there and leaned on it. And if it didn't work, it didn't work. If it did, it did. I think that's how far his mind would have taken him into this. His own mind.
I'm sorry for you, Red.
I do. I feel bad about that too, Red. I'm sorry to hear that. And you know what? I could be wrong. There's a lot of children that have had rough lives.
Okay.
Okay, I see what you did.
Not a son.
I can't.
But I had, I have back then when they were younger, 2 daughters that used to cut themselves.
I have a daughter that did
and
that.
one that was suicidal. Even at 13, even she didn't think about the whole arm thing.
Well, of course, we're going to feel bad, Red, because it's just human emotion. That's the way it is. You're part of the family, bro. And I don't want to think of any of you guys having to go through anything like that. Leave them alone. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're
It's
saying.
the same as people that cut themselves. See, when kids cut themselves, everybody thinks they're suicidal. It's actually not the case. In most cases, they're far from it.
Mm-hmm. It's an
It's,
attention.
it's them punishing themselves.
Yeah, and they want attention, and they want. My daughter is 29 years old. She did it. She talked about ending her life. You know, luckily she's never done it because her mom, the creature, made her miserable. It is what it is. Welcome, Marilyn. Good to see you. You know,
well, both my daughters did it as teenagers, and when you say for attention, yes, some of them do it for attention. However, my two daughters didn't do it for attention.
I see what you're saying, Red.
In fact, it took me quite some time to find out that they were, because they cut themselves where you can't see it.
And
I've dealt with quite a lot since then.
I think the point that Red's making is that his mind at that age wasn't going in different directions. It had no bearing on his parents. It had nothing like that. He wasn't having a rough life. It was just meaningless things. You know, 12-year-olds think different ways. But this kid, I'm telling you, he wasn't that type of a child from what I've gathered from him. You know, what you can see from him, things like that. I mean, I can't put it together. Okay, I got you. We're working that one too, Marilyn. We just got started on it, but this one we brought up the other day and we got talking on it. That's why we couldn't I can't let it go. So I don't know, Kiki. Hit that like button. If you, which you probably already are, Kiki, but hit the like button. That helps with the algorithm to get everybody's notifications out. I found that out. So I'll try to send you personal notifications if I can. My daughter did too, Schmooby. I never knew. You know, she was very good at hiding it. And then one day I realized, like, she was adult basically, and it's like, wait a minute, what's going on? And then I realized, and she's good now, you know, but it happens. So welcome back, Brady. Let me finish this here so we can get beyond this part of it.
Chair removed by York County Fire and Life Safety personnel in order to create enough space to render life-saving measures. The chair was moved from its original location under the swing by fire and life safety personnel, where the 12-year-old was hanging, to the front of the swing set, and the swings were moved to provide workspace. Our investigation determined that the chair was originally located on the deck at the rear of the home and was moved to the swing set area. Also, during the course of our investigation, DNA samples were collected from the cord that the 12-year-old.
Did you want to say something, Lisa?
Yeah, he's right. Red's right. He just said it. It was on the deck and moved to the swing set area. He just said that.
I know, but what he's saying is that, here, let me go back to it real quick, is that it was brought out there.
That Sean took it over there.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. And then they moved it away to where we saw in the picture.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard the first time.
Right, that's what it was.
I forgot we're now ahead of that. Yeah, you're right. You don't have to go back.
Okay, no worries.
I remember what he said.
Absolutely. Okay, Breezy. This is a rough one, Breezy. That's why we're on it again, because nobody liked the way it ended, and it was listed as closed when the family asked. And see, that's what I have to disagree with him. He said that they offered the family options to look at it again, do this and do that. They wanted a different law enforcement agency to take a look at it, and they were denied. So that's where that comes from, guys, not from this. He's basically making this family look like everything they've said in their posts was bullshit. Excuse the phrasing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of picked that up too, because I've never known a police force to ever discredit a family in such a bad way.
And that's all he does through this entire press conference.
They usually just come out and say, you know, unfortunately it was self-passing, and you know, I hope the family will come to terms with that. They usually don't make statements like this. This is really unheard of.
I've never seen this before. I'm sorry.
No, neither have I.
That's why it bothers me so bad. It makes me think. That's why I would normally never say that police photoshopped the picture, ever. Okay. But
this bothers me too, because they're victimizing victims.
If nothing else, yes, they're victimizing the family.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. It's crazy.
Was found suspended from. This cord was not a shoestring. It came from a motorcycle helmet bag that belonged to the stepfather that had been previously located in the garage. The 12-year-old's DNA was the only DNA found on this cord. Specifically, the DNA swabs were taken from the knot placed in that cord, and the only DNA on that knot belonged to the 12-year-old.
Okay.
In the video, there's an allegation that members of the YPSO, the York Pocosin Sheriff's Office, washed blood from the 12-year-old. At no point did any member of the Sheriff's Office clean or remove any blood from the scene or the child. At the hospital, investigators placed bag over the 12-year-old's hands prior to him being transported to the medical examiner's office. This is common practice to prevent the loss of any potential trace evidence.
Of course.
Based on the fact that the family was telling us that neighbors had information that they were providing to the family about possible suspects, our investigators went back to interview those neighbors, and none provided any additional information or new investigative leads. There is a statement in the mother's video about the unusual location of the 12-year-old's underwear. The clothing that the 12-year-old was wearing when he was located that day belonged to his stepfather, to include the stepfather's shirt, pants, belt, and stepfather's underwear. The 12-year-old's underwear were found in the same room where his stepfather's clothes were kept. In the video, the mother states that someone from the York Pocosin Sheriff's Office sent her a text that stated, quote, "Time to move on." To our knowledge, that statement was never made. We have done some research and have not been able to locate a text message telling the family to move on. The only text similar to this was a text between the investigator and the mother, where the mother states to the investigator, quote, "It is time to heal." Several theories were presented to the Sheriff's Office investigators by the family. The first theory provided to the family about what happened that day stated that they believed that this was a burglary, and during the burglary, their 12-year-old was sexually assaulted and murdered.
Can you pause this for a minute?
Investigators found no evidence of an intruder, and laboratory and medical evaluations of forensic evidence sent to the laboratory found no signs of sexual assault. The second theory presented by the family was that this was carried out.
Can you pause this for a minute, Joe?
Directed at them.
Hold on a second. Okay.
Do you know what gets me about this? Do you know the one thing that gets me about this?
What's that?
Well, two things. One, I've never seen any police or law enforcement ever treat victims this way.
I have never.
Even after an unaliving where they won't come to terms with it, right?
Correct.
But two, he said that they don't release that information because the child was a minor, etc., right?
Mm-hmm.
So you'll never get the information. But he's standing there talking about personal stuff.
Yep. Exactly.
That is so hypocritical.
100%. And I've never in my life. Okay. Let's back up.
I'm sorry, but if this was my child, regardless of whether I believed it or not, this would outrage me.
Well, of course it would. Jalissa Fuentes, when that happened, okay, they went off, okay, or let's even go with Steve Goncalves with Idaho. He went off. He degraded the law enforcement agency. They never came out and did anything like this. Nobody has ever done this before. Why are they doing this? First of all,
why the need? When does law enforcement come out and go against a parent that's not coming to terms with their child or their loved one unaliving themselves, other than to say, look, we've investigated it thoroughly, we feel, and unfortunately they've passed themselves over, and we're here for the family and hope that they
exactly
that's all they've ever said. Not go head to head with them like this, even when parents have put it up on public media, like the one I was just talking about.
Right. That's why I showed this the other day, because this made no sense to me. Okay,
it makes no sense to me.
I've never seen anything like this before, guys. And all he's doing, like Fupa said, he's giving it. Why just not release the information, walk away, and let it be? He's giving this out like candy, like he's shoving it down people's throats, guys.
Yeah, so he's released that information, according to me.
Right.
So that was such a hypocritical move.
Exactly. And they're like Life, Love, and True Crime says, they're making themselves look highly unprofessional, and like they're on guard or something. You know what I mean?
They're going out of their way to attack this family. I'm sorry. That's how this comes across.
Yes. He said in the very beginning that everything on what they posted was fabricated. It was not true. They were lies. Word for word, his own words.
But he wasn't there.
Right. Again. You see what I'm saying? This is the problem I have with this. It's almost like this guy has to do this to clean up a mess and make it widely known that the family's lying.
But why?
Why would the family lie? That makes no sense to me. None of this makes sense, guys. None of it makes sense. Thank you. Like that.
The terms with to believe that their child would do this. That I fully understand. However, what I don't understand is a police force behaving in this manner.
Never.
Even if they did get up there and say lies about them, when have you ever seen police force go head to head with a victim?
They don't care.
Saying they're lying.
Right. They don't care. They do their job. They move along. They deal with unhappy families all the time.
That's right.
They expect it. They just keep doing what they're doing and move along. Not here. Not here. I've never wanted to get into a fight with a law enforcement guy so bad in my life, but it is.
No, neither have I. And why have these parents irked this police force so much?
Right. Why? Because they wanted another law enforcement agency to take a second look at this case. That's all it was. Nothing more. That's all it was. That was their only request. There was a petition put out for it.
Red, look, and I can agree with you there. I can 100% agree with you. But even if she fabricated, can you name one time where you've ever seen law enforcement come out and discredit somebody so badly that's not a criminal for a start? They're a victim.
Never seen that.
In an unaliving, even if the child did it themselves. Have you ever known law enforcement ever come out and attack a parent or a loved one for not coming to terms with the fact that their loved one had passed over? Even those who have gone to media and said, no, this isn't an unaliving. And I can name several cases, and I've never once heard police come out and do this.
Typically, they would put it off as just that. Okay, the family is having a hard time with this. We'll let them do their thing. It's not going to be a big deal. But to have a whole press conference about it, blows my mind.
Yeah, no, blows my mind. It's like he's targeted them. And I'm not saying it's a conspiracy or anything, but he is, to me, he is attacking this family. But they're not supposed to behave like that, Red. I've seen parents do worse and discredit police worse than I'll rephrase that. Try and discredit police worse than this. And it's rolled off of their back. And all they've come out and said is, we've investigated it fully.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the end result.
Right.
Sadly, we hope that the family will come to terms with this in time. There is nothing more we can do, and that's all they'll ever say, no matter how much they're put down.
These are facts.
I'm sorry, that's the only thing, regardless of whether this child did it himself or he didn't do it.
Unless
Right? That's not about that anymore. It's the way that
the way they're doing this. Yeah.
Yeah. I find this highly immoral to a victim. And I'm sorry, but if it was my child and they were talking about me like that because I was looking for answers, by God, I would be seeing this lot in court if I didn't get to them first. I'm sorry, that's me.
Right.
He's dispelling fabricated evidence that has people in his community believing a murder is running about. That's all he's got to do is say, look, we've investigated it. The person did it to themselves. I'm sorry the family can't come to terms with that at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
But I can assure you there is no murderer running around. That's all they had to say. But to do this, I have never seen this before in my life. Never.
And how do we know? How do we know this is fabricated evidence? Based on what they said or based on what the family says? Granted, I know what you're saying, Red. Like, granted, we know what the family tells us, then we hear what he's telling us. We don't know who to trust or who to believe. I get that. But why, just because he's wearing a badge, does that mean we have to trust him? It doesn't to me.
I just find this highly immoral and
Very
wrong
much.
in more ways than one. I'm sorry.
It is in a lot of ways. I agree. It floored me. I've never seen anything like this.
It would floor me, and if, like I said, if I was that parent, this guy would want to run.
Yeah, we'd be in court a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not the way to do it. Now, if they would have released a statement that has all this same information in it and left it alone and walked away from it without purposely trying to make the family look, well, re-victimizing them, then okay. I'd have been okay with that. Not this way.
No, okay, Red, but they don't need to stand there. Go and see if you can find one case where police have ever done this, regardless of what's been said.
What I see what she's saying, Red, is granted, if those things were all true, like what you're saying here, I get it. But why do they have to go the extreme that they're doing it like this instead of, like I said, just releasing a statement saying, okay, this is not true, end of story. You know what I mean? I get that.
But they don't even have to put it that way. All they got to do is say, come out and say, through our investigation, we have found that this child has passed themselves over. ME has also found that. These are our findings. We can assure you there is no such thing as a murderer running around on the loose.
Okay.
And unfortunately, there's some misinformation being put out there. We wish the family well and hope that they eventually come to terms with this. That's all they generally say.
Mm-hmm.
I've never known police to be so upset over somebody making up lies, if that's what he's saying. I have yet to ever see him come out and do this to anybody.
Hold on, Sarah. 1 second.
Thank you. That's what I say. He's re-victimizing them.
That's pretty much and I get what you're saying, Red. The bag was theirs, blah, blah, blah. Here's the thing. I think the whole bag thing, the father saying, no, that wasn't mine. Maybe it was shame that was his bag and that's what he used to do this with. So therefore, he automatically denied it, or he just didn't recognize it. Okay. And the state of mind he was in is all I'm saying. The family has everyone believing them, so that they have to go to the extent to prove it's all. But okay,
No, they don't.
I don't think they need to go this far, though. I think that's what everybody's problem with this is the fact that they're so. I feel like they could have just released a statement to the whole world and said this is what it is and left it alone and walked away without
That's
making
right.
it look so bad. That's what I'm
Could
saying.
you imagine every police force start doing this every time somebody says something wrong about them?
Right. Give me 1 second, Lisa. Go ahead. I'll be right back. All right.
I've seen cases, like I said, I've seen cases where they've come out and tried to discredit the police and hung them out to dry and say they, manipulated evidence or they've planted evidence and that. And I've never seen this reaction from police to a victim. Yeah, that's the effect it has on me too, Fupa. Regardless of, we'll say he passed himself over. I will go with that, right? But for them to do this, knowing that that's their child, knowing that their frame of mind wouldn't be thinking straight and are looking for answers when people won't come to terms with their loved one passing themselves over, they look for any excuse or any other way that this happened. And then they're going to attack them. That's rather harsh to me, regardless of what they're saying about the police. Like I said, I've heard worse about police forces and, even to the point of calling them corrupt and everything. I've never seen a reaction like this from a police force. Other than to social media, and they still don't get this angry where they go one by one of every little detail. The Dago was wrong about this, and crimes under investigation said this and that's wrong, and it's just not normal.
Are you at home right now? By the time they're done sending. All right, let me finish this out, shut it down, and then talk to Brandon, and I'll give you a call back, okay?
Yeah, these are really cool shoes.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Even if you believe he unalived himself or he didn't, either way you go, this is not a reaction we would expect from a police force that works with victims.
They haven't because the parents are innocent. Ready to okay. I see. Okay. They haven't arrested them because they are innocent. And okay, I see. Again, guys, don't get upset. This is just, whether we agree or not, everybody has the right to their opinions.
There was never any thought of the parents ever did this anyway, as far as I know.
Not that I heard. It was never brought up.
Like I said, even if you believe, we're not talking no longer about whether the child did this or not. So if we even stick to the point of he did this, why would they be reacting like this and victimizing them, the mother, over again, regardless of what she's saying? Like I said, I've seen hundreds of cases.
Mm-hmm.
And all they do is come out and reassure people that, yes, it was definitely, they passed themselves over, nothing to worry about. You know, our hearts go out to the family and we hope someday they will accept it.
Maybe
Because they're trained to understand that.
Right. Maybe they really did believe that the bag wasn't theirs. Okay. At first, maybe he just didn't recognize it, wasn't in the right mind to remember. I mean, it very well could have like been something they didn't remember because they probably believe that he did it because of them, but can't say much. If they really thought that, do you think they'd go through everything they're doing to make it seem like they don't believe that though? Knowing that it's just going to be an empty outcome? None of that really, truthfully, I'll be honest, in my opinion, none of that's what I'm worried about. The whole thing that bugs me about this specific thing right here is the way they handled this, not about the outcome or whatever it is. It was just how they handled it. That's all. I've never
seen.
It's
like saying they're going to go toe to toe with him, and they're going to wait for a response from her, and then what? Go up and have another thingo and go no. This is this, and don't believe any word she says, and then she comes. Nah,
it's overkill. It really is overkill. It's not needed, like Poopa said. I agree with that 100%. I don't know. I think it's too much.
Me, this is unacceptable.
I agree on this part of it.
No, I'm not saying about him pointing fingers. What he's doing is still attacking the family. If you listen to what he's saying, he's still attacking the family when it's so simple to say, like all other police force that come out and say, is that this case has been investigated fully.
Mm-hmm.
It has been investigated from all angles. Unfortunately, this person has passed themselves over. There is no murderer running around, so there's nothing to worry about. Unfortunately, our hearts go out to the family, and we sincerely hope that eventually they will come to terms with their loss. That's what they usually say.
Typically, yeah.
Instead of this. Saying that is going to stop them from keep going more than what this is.
And the fact that he used the words, this was fabricated, these are lies, blah, 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 out of his mouth, his own personal mouth, makes it 10 times worse than what it, like I said, a written statement posted on their website would have been more than enough. But he had to go to this length on this, and it's just wrong to me.
And he is attacking the family because he's saying they're lying.
But we don't know, Red, that it is fabricated evidence. That's the problem. The only thing that they said that was wrong, good Lord. The only thing that they said that was wrong. Hold on a moment.
Actually, none of us know because none of us was there. They pull up their photos. They pull up their photos. Theirs has the blood spot on it. Theirs doesn't.
And then the bag thing.
But see, Red, you're going by 100% police are right. We don't know that. I'm not saying that they're not. But even if they are right, why this reaction? Why this behavior? Because what you're saying about this police force is their feelings got hurt, so now they're going to get up and have a tantrum about it, is virtually what they're doing.
The video was posted from a month later. The blood was not there that day. The EMTs moved the stuff. Right.
Fair enough, but this reaction is not. This is like
let's put it
a
this way.
tantrum reaction.
Yeah, the way what he's saying and doing is really irrelevant. It's how he's doing it, how he's presenting it, how he's acting about it.
I know the bag was theirs. I understand that. What you're not understanding is police aren't trained to do it this way. This would be a way you or I would react if somebody was discrediting us. Well, actually, most people will react. If you're not trained how to calm yourself and not respond like that, this is like the kids at school that got their feelings hurt. Now they're kicking up their heels and coming back at them. I've never seen this done, and I can't say it any more blatantly than that. Regardless of whether they're right, I'm going to stand at the point that the police are right here, right? That they did investigate this properly, that he did pass himself over. Even going by that, and then putting up a video, even fabricating the evidence. Like I said, police would usually come out and say, unfortunately, there's misinformation out there.
Or hold on, Lisa, I'm sorry. Or go to the family privately and personally and say, listen, if this was the case, and say, listen, we know you fabricated this, blah, 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 blah. You can't do that. I understand you're grieving, so on and so forth. Whatever the cause was, the reason was, if that's what happened, then do with it like that, not in the public eye, not where everybody's looking at this, and it will then re-victimize the family who just went through this, is what I'm saying. That's how I feel about it. You know,
well,
what I
they
mean?
could have even gone to the family and said, can you not put this stuff out there? If you have an issue with the way we've handled things, get a private investigator, get a lawyer. But what you're doing is actually causing fear in the area.
Right.
Which is what we don't want. And I'm sure you don't want that for your own children. There is ways, and they're trained. They're trained to handle things like this.
Yeah. And at this point, Red, I get you feel this way, and I feel the other way. A lot of us do. I mean, it could be, but again,
I agree with that, Red. If they did fabricate it, yeah, I agree with that.
Why didn't
they didn't need to do this.
That's what I didn't understand. If they really truly believed that what they did was fabricated, why were there no charges put out? Why was there nothing like that said? And again, the fabrication side of it is all based on what they're saying, just as much as people believe, or just as much as the police are saying that the family fabricated this. We don't know that for a fact. Just as much as we don't know for a fact that the police, what they're saying. You know what I mean? We don't know.
No,
that's the biggest problem with this.
People that side with the police and go, no matter what they do, they can't be in the wrong. I find this reaction in the wrong. I'm not bagging the police force. I am just finding this so morally wrong.
Right.
Knowing how they are trained to deal with people and victims.
Right.
I find this unacceptable. I'm sorry.
This was not the way to do it, is all I'm saying, you know?
No.
Well, Breezy said it's odd that Ellie's doing this unless they're trying to get the family to break down and possibly confess to something. Which I mean, you could look at it that way. I don't know.
And that's right. Thank you. No, that I 100% agree with them. Since when has police become all feely about things? Oh, we can't arrest them because we're going to, get attacked.
Yeah, that's true too.
Even more.
They've never.
When have you known police to be all feely, or I better not pull my gun out because,
I might make somebody mad. Yeah.
Yeah,
they don't care.
That's what it's boiling down to.
Just like when Steve Goncalves attacked Moscow police, they didn't care. They did what they were doing because that's their job. They don't care what
anyone. That's right.
I get that. Does make public sense. Let me finish this up because we're almost done with this part of it, and then we can move on from there.
This was a burglary, and during the burglary, their 12-year-old was sexually assaulted and murdered. However, Sheriff's Office investigators found no evidence of intruder, and laboratory and medical evaluations of forensic evidence sent to the lab found no signs of sexual assault. The second theory presented by the family was that this was carried out as a military type operation directed at them, the family, due to their rank in the United States Air Force. And finally, they identified 3 different people based solely on speculation that they frequented the neighborhood. All 3 of these people were located, and Sheriff's Office investigators eliminated them as persons of interest in this incident. We did not address every inconsistency or fabrication from the social media site. We conducted a thorough, professional, and exhaustive investigation. There is nothing whatsoever to indicate that there is a killer in our community. As I stated at the beginning of this video, it is our policy not to discuss these issues in public, particularly when they involve children. However, the social media site has caused great concern within our community.
That's what this is all about.
We still extend an invitation to the family to meet with members of this agency and the Office of the Chief of Medical Examiner.
That's the problem that I have. Why does it have to stay that agency? Why can't they not bring in a different agency to look at this? I understand this is their jurisdiction, okay? But if the family is uncomfortable with this law enforcement agency looking at it, why can they not get another agency to look at it? What's wrong with that? Just like going to a doctor and he gives you a diagnosis and you're like, okay, well, you know what? Let me get a second opinion on that. I mean, it's almost the same thing. I get that the rules are different, guys. But again, why is that such a big deal? Why can't they let it go and let some other law enforcement agency or even a private agency look at it? Why?
I'm sorry, but if this was my child and I heard this and then they said, oh, we're still happy to meet with you, you know what I'd be saying? Not in your life.
You're right.
Not in a million years would I meet with this police force because, one, I wouldn't trust them after this.
Bring in the local police agency. Go to the state level. Whatever. This doesn't make sense. None of this makes any sense. And I know where Red's going with this. They were trying to eliminate public outcry because it's causing, chaos in the environment, in the community, of thinking that there could be a killer out there, so on and so forth. They're trying to bring that down. I get it. You didn't have to do it like this.
Didn't I say that's not hard to do by coming out and saying exactly what I said?
Right. They could have. Very, very easily could have. It didn't have to be like this.
No.
This makes
not at all.
Sense. None at all. I agree.
To me, this makes them look like bullies to me.
Right. I agree with Red. I agree with you, Red, that law enforcement needs to lessen what's the words I'm looking for here? They need to bring the level down so people are not in panic mode in the community. I get that because at this point, it's probably not a serial killer. It's not somebody running around. So, rather than having your whole community in an uproar, I get that. Bring it down, okay? But just not like this is all I was saying. This is so unprofessional, so next level, it doesn't make sense. And that's what everybody's problem with this whole thing right here is. There's zero respect given to the family. At least, even if you don't respect the family, pretend like you do. They're the victims here, right? At this point, show that you respect the family in some sense. Because
show how you were trained.
Right.
Because I know that they're trained to deal with victims and in the most hardest cases. This case isn't hard. Even what they're doing isn't hard.
Right. Not at all. And I just still I cannot bring myself to believe that the family would fabricate any of these things, guys. I can't. They have a 12-year-old child. They have 2 other children. I can't see as to why they would make up lies. It either happened or it didn't happen. And there's witnesses that they weren't there. So the family's not involved that way. So this just doesn't make sense. I agree it could have been, but I'm just trying to stick to it. No, And that's understandable, Red. That's what all we were saying is it could have been done differently. They could have done it more professionally. They could have done it with a little bit more compassion towards the family, because all this basically, like Lisa said, it's a good way to put it. The way this basically looks like they're bullying them down to shut their mouths. That's all this looks like, is a bully coming up going, you ain't going to talk about that unless I tell you you can. That's how this sounds. And it's just wrong. I'm sorry, but it's wrong. But I do agree with you on a few aspects of this. You know what I mean? The community needs to be comforted. The community needs to be brought down.
I agree with that 100%.
Right. Because even if they did fabricate this, okay, I'm not saying that they didn't. Do it a different way. Be a professional. This guy is a jackass. I'm sorry. Highly unprofessional. Severe remorse, and she is trying to get another agency to come in. Why else fabricate a narrative? I mean, okay, I can see that. That does make sense. Okay.
Yeah, I can see that too.
But again,
this still should not have been their reaction.
No, not like this. That's all. I think that's all that any of us are really bugged about, really. I can agree with you on that, if that's what happened, because we don't know what really happened. And I don't think he did this to himself. And I'm 100% behind law enforcement. If they have proof, if law enforcement can show proof that this was 100% fabricated by this family, then shame on them. But at the same time, I can't be angry with them because they probably are having issues dealing with this, and they do want somebody else to look into this because they don't trust it. For that matter, none of us, a lot of the rest of us don't trust that that's how he passed either. Right, there it is. I wish another agency would come in because I believe more would come out about the stepdad. And absolutely, bring it on. I want to know. I absolutely want to know. I agree with you 100%.
Me too, because there's still other children there.
Right, because if there is something going on with the stepfather, I'll be damned if it's going to happen again. You know, those kids don't deserve that. If that's the case, I'm not saying that they're 100% innocent on that. This just didn't have to go on like this and go down this way. It's so wrong. So let me finish this out.
To discuss the results of the autopsy and our investigation.
And that's it. Okay.
And that's what I'm stuck on, Red. That's where you and I feel exactly the same. I'm stuck on the clothes too. That's a statement.
And that's what I said too. I don't think he put him on, but I think they were put on him for a reason. But that's just me. But you're saying
either they're still a statement for some reason.
Yes, it's a statement and or a message. Now, I know where Red's going, that the child put those clothes on to make a point while he did what he did. If he did this to himself, to say, hey, you need to look at this guy. This is why I did this. I get it. Okay. I'm not going that direction, but I respect that. Because we don't know anything about, I cannot find anything. And I want to dig on this. I want to dig on these people, but we can't find nothing. I've run into walls left and right, guys. And again, guys, I appreciate everybody being here to do this. I really do. I do. This is what this is all about. It has to happen this way. Everybody has the right to their opinions and their views on this. And you know, we do what we do. I respect everybody and appreciate everybody being adults about it. You know, no name calling, none of that crap that happens.
No.
And that proves the community we have here. And I'm proud of that. And thank you.
No, and we still love Red.
Absolutely. 100%. 100%. Red has come up with some great points on a lot of other cases. You know, we just disagree at this point right here on this one thing, and that's okay.
And it's good to have your thoughts or your theories challenged too.
And that's what I wanted. That's why I wanted him to do. And that's why I wanted you to do that, Red. I want to hear other things and other sides. And like you said, we need to look at it from every angle we can to see everything. We have to do that, guys. Otherwise, it's not worth it. in my opinion, to look at it all.
I agree with that too, Red.
Me too, 100%. I'd like to see what they saw when they walked in there. I'd love to get their immediate reaction. In fact, that's a good idea. I wonder if we could look up who it was, find out who it was, and see if maybe I can get in contact. Amen. Amen, Smoothie Booty. Amen. Smoothie
Yeah,
Booty.
me too. Now, I agree. I could go both sides now too.
I could see. I have a problem with the belt still.
Yeah, me too. That's the only thing I have a huge problem with, the belt and the bag over the head.
Right, but here's the thing. I do kind of I can kind of see like the way Red put it about the stepfather. I never really looked at it like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I like doing this. We're gonna go back to this, you guys, because I've never been able to let this go. And I want to try to dig on this. I do. I want to come up with names. I would love to look up the EMTs, the law enforcement officers. I'd like to look into this. There are absolutely no hard feelings in here, guys. We know that.
No, not at all.
Even if we were to go 100% at disagreement head to head, there's never going to be hard feelings because we're a family, folks. That's how we do this. And I appreciate
this is what adults do.
That's right. And you see, nobody got called names, nobody got blocked or thrown out or cussed out or kicked. I mean, that's so ridiculous that even happens. But either way, that's why I like this. That's why we are successful in here, everybody. And I thank you all for being who you are. But at this point, the second love of my life has just walked in the door, my granddaughter, and she wants my attention. And we've been going for like 3 hours and 15 minutes. So it's probably a good time to bring her down. Right. That's a good point too, Fupa. It'd be nice to find that out. And if, by the way, if anybody is digging and wants to dig, you as an EMT, would you hold?
Yeah, that's what I would like to know too, Fupa, actually. Kids usually talk.
You
they
know what?
usually ride it.
I said this earlier too, Red. You as an EMT, would you seal your lips? I certainly never could. No, I wouldn't. If I walked onto that scene, I think I said this earlier. If I walked onto that scene and I saw the way from what we were told everything was, I'd have to back up and go, hey, I probably went to my partner and said, something ain't right with this. I don't like this. We'll do our jobs, but something's not right with this. And no, I wouldn't hold my tongue. I would not hold my tongue. I would go right at it for what it is, because you guys know I believe in true justice, period. So.
Love you, Kim. Bye, hun.
Yes, Kim. I'm glad you were here with us today. I think this was a great show today, of course, because Lisa's here. That's just what happens, guys.
Thank you
for joining us, Miss Lisa. Thank you, Mama Bear, for joining us up here today. All of you, thank you for joining me. As always, I will see you all.
Love you all.
Tomorrow again. Yeah, you and I would have fought Ellie's results toward you. Exactly. That's 100% fact. And I'd stand up in front of the whole world and say, no, this is not right. Something's wrong.
Yep, me too.
Moderators, thank you so much for everything you do. All of you guys, I love you to death. Each and every one of you guys. Miss Lisa, thank you so much for being here. As always, a pleasure.
You're very welcome.
Here, we missed you so much, my dear.
I'm sorry.
It's no
between
apologies.
Staying at my daughter's and whatnot.
No apologies.
Trying.
You're doing absolutely fine. And again, just so you know, if you need me for your channel, please let me know what you need help with, and I will be there when you're live if I can be 100%.
Will do.
Family, meatballs, all of you guys have a great, amazing rest of your day. Live your best lives. Do not change who you are. Love yourselves. Love each other.
Stay beautiful.
That's
Love you all.
I will see you all soon. Bye-bye.
Me too. Bye.
Have a great day, Lisa.